Chapter 2466, 2466 Return to Absolute Thunder City. 2466 Return to Absolute Thunder City. When Yunju saw that Su Zimo had made up his mind, she did not persuade him further. Pondering for a moment, she said, "I can't help you with this matter. Take this talisman." As she said that, Yunju took out a talisman from her storage bag and stuffed it into Su Zimo's hands. Teleportation Jade Talisman? Su Zimo recognized the talisman and shook his head hurriedly. "No, this talisman is way too precious. In many cases, long-range teleportation Jade Talisman like this could help the caster escape from danger. It was equivalent to an additional life. Back when the sect master of the academy accepted him as an in-name disciple, he merely gave him a similar jade badge." Su Zimo said, "Furthermore, given my capabilities, I'll be able to escape from Absolute Thunder City after killing Prince Yuanzhe. You can rest assured." Yunju said sternly, "Brother Su, listen to me. No matter if this succeeds or not, I hope that you can return as soon as possible. This teleportation Jade Talisman can teleport you directly to the teleportation formation of the Zixuan Immortal Kingdom. At that time, you might be able to rush back and send perfected Immortal Burial Knight on his final journey." Su Zimo went silent. Given his capabilities, it would not be difficult for him to escape from Absolute Thunder City. However, once Prince Yuanzhe was killed, the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom would definitely fall into martial law and he would definitely not have a chance to approach the teleportation formation. Indeed, it would take him some time to escape from the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. Yunju smiled. "Take it. If this succeeds, I'll take some credit for it." "All right." After a moment of silence, Su Zimo did not decline and nodded. "Farewell." Yunju said, "Be careful." Su Zimo left the carriage and took a deep breath, speeding in the direction of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. To be precise, the next battle could be considered as his first true battle after entering the Heaven Immortal Realm. In the battle on Great Tai Wei Mountain, he purely made use of the power of the Hell Suppression Tripod to defeat Prince Yuanzhe and the others. Outsiders did not know about his fight against the prince and princess in the Pure Jade Manual. The prince and princess were defeated and suffered a loss in his hands. For their dignity, there was no way they would publicize this matter. However, this battle was different. Once this battle broke out, it would definitely spread through the entire divine firmament and even the 9 firmament immortal domain. That's good as well. Since I intend to contend for the heaven ranking, I'll let you guys witness my capabilities. Su Zimo's eyes were filled with fighting spirit and he swelled with pride. He could not help but roar into the skies and release many movement techniques and secret skills as he sped forward with all his might. With the help of the Trinity Auspicious Jade, Su Zimo could easily enter the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom after transforming into the appearance of the Heaven Execution Guard Commander, Lone Star. Thereafter, he did not stop at all and activated teleportation formations repeatedly, arriving in Absolute Thunder City. The teleportation formation of Absolute Thunder City was at the northwest corner of the City Lord's residence. It was late at night and a light flashed. Su Zimo's figure appeared and descended on the teleportation formation. Not far away, there were 4 City Lord's residence guards watching over the teleportation formation. Sensing the commotion, they looked over. Su Zimo swept his spirit consciousness across. The 4 guards guarding the teleportation formation were all Earth Immortals. In any case, experts would definitely not be sent to guard teleportation formations. "Greetings, Commander Lone Star." When the 4 City Lord's residence guards saw Su Zimo, they bowed hurriedly. Su Zimo's expression was cold as he nodded slightly and walked towards the 4 of them. Before he arrived, he released a tremendous spirit consciousness pressure. The 4 of them could not move at all and looked at Su Zimo in confusion and fear. Without a second word, Su Zimo reached out and captured their essence spirits from their consciousnesses, using the soul-searching art. He wanted to know information about Prince Yuanzhe as well as the latter's location. Before long, their essence spirits dimmed and cracks appeared. The 4 guards died silently. Su Zimo had already obtained the information he needed. He looked in the direction of the main hall of the City Lord's residence with a killing intent in his eyes. As he had expected, Absolute Thunder City had suffered immense damage after Feng Kantian broke free. Although it had already recovered, its reputation was not as good as before. There were no perfected immortal experts in Absolute Thunder City either. The city lord of Absolute Thunder City was Yuan Zhuo, and he usually cultivated in the city lord's residence. Su Zimo placed the corpses of the 4 guards casually into a storage bag and hid them. Thereafter, he arrived before the teleportation formation and a few sword chi surged out from his fingertip, destroying the runes on the teleportation formation and slicing the cornerstone into pieces. 4 teleportation formations in cities like Absolute Thunder City, their teleportation distance was limited and they could only teleport within the radius of Green Cloud County at most. Only the teleportation formation of Green Cloud City could teleport one to the capital or border of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. As for teleportation to factions outside the territory of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom such as the Zishen Immortal Kingdom, only the teleportation formation in the capital of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom could do it. Therefore, once something happened, the entire Great Jin Immortal Kingdom would be under martial law and the teleportation formations would be sealed right away. The teleportation formation of Absolute Thunder City was useless for Su Zimo. However, if the perfected immortal experts of the other cities received the news and wanted to descend upon Absolute Thunder City to provide reinforcements right away, this teleportation formation was the only way. Su Zimo's destruction of the teleportation formation meant that even if the perfected immortal experts of the other cities received the news, it would be difficult for them to reach Absolute Thunder City within a short period of time. He would have relatively more time to get rid of Prince Yuan Zhuo. Su Zimo left the place and headed towards the main hall of the city lord's residence according to the memories he obtained from the soul-searching art. Lone Star was the commander of the Heaven Execution Guards. As such, he traveled through the city lord's residence almost smoothly without encountering any obstacles. Using the Trinity Auspicious Jade, not only could he imitate the other party's appearance and figure, he could even conjure his attire and accessories without any flaws. The only loophole was that the cultivation realm could not be replicated. Su Zimo was a grade 6 Heaven Immortal while Lone Star was a grade 9 Heaven Immortal. However, Lone Star had a high status. Which of the guards would release their spirit consciousnesses rashly to check his cultivation realm? Furthermore, the guards in the city lord's residence were relatively relaxed and were clearly unprepared. After many twists and turns, Su Zimo was getting closer and closer to the main hall of the city lord's residence. 2 more patrolling guards appeared at the front. One was a grade 4 Heaven Immortal, the other was a grade 5 Heaven Immortal. Along the way, the cultivation of the guards he encountered increased. This also meant that he was not far from Prince Yuan Zhuo. "Greetings, Commander Lone Star." When the 2 guards saw Su Zimo, they bowed instinctively. But soon, the 2 of them exchanged glances in confusion. One of them frowned. Didn't Commander Lone Star just head over? Why? A cold glint flashed through Su Zimo's eyes as he struck decisively. He strode forward and tapped their glabella twice with his fingertip. It was too fast. Caught off guard, the 2 guards felt their vision blur. Immediately after, they felt sharp pains in their minds and lost consciousness. The entire process took less than a single breath and it was done silently. Su Zimo stuffed the 2 corpses into his storage bag and hid them. In the night, Su Zimo's expression looked sinister and cold. Up ahead, the outline of the main hall could already be vaguely seen. Crack. At the front, the sound of porcelain shattering could be heard. Su Zimo did not use his spirit consciousness, worried that he would disturb Prince Yuan Zhuo. He merely relied on his powerful hearing to vaguely capture the conversation. One of them seemed to be extremely furious and was venting something. Su Zimo sneered and retracted his aura. He was almost hidden in his surroundings as he advanced stealthily. Chapter 2467, 2467 to kill you. 2467 to kill you. Absolute Thunder City, main hall of the city lord's residence. How detestable. Prince Yuan Zhuo glared at the teacup on the ground that he had just smashed. With a dark expression, he said hatefully, "Su Zimo spoiled my plans again." Lone Star said, "I heard that not only did painting Immortal Mo Ching of Heaven and Earth Academy step in this time round, Even the imperial army of the Zishen Immortal Kingdom was involved. When the god race being, Shu Gihan, appeared, Zhu Wuiying had no choice but to retreat. Why is the Zishen Immortal Kingdom involved? Prince Yuan Zhuo had a frustrated expression. Isn't that young prince, Yun Ting, at complete odds with Su Zimo and wants to fight him to the death? I'm not sure about that. Lone Star shook his head. Pausing for a moment, he continued, however, it's said that that old man burial knight won't be able to survive. What's the use of his death? Feng Zi has already escaped. The more Prince Yuanzhou thought about it, the angrier he became. His voice rose unconsciously as well as he said, if I want to regain my title as the Prince of Green Cloud County, I can only capture Feng Zi and the others and lure Feng Kantian out to make up for my mistake. But now, that opportunity has been destroyed by Su Zimo. Su Zimo destroyed my clone and stole my taboo mystic classic. He spoiled my plans time and again and embarrassed me completely. He truly deserves to die. Towards the end, Prince Yuanzhou was already gritting his teeth with a menacing expression. Lone Star said in a deep voice, Your Highness, there's another way to retrieve your title as the Prince of Green Cloud County. Let's just kill Su Zimo. Firstly, killing this lad can resolve the hatred in your Highness's heart. Secondly, this lad has embarrassed the great Jin Immortal Kingdom countless times. Killing this lad can be considered as saving face for the great Jin Immortal Kingdom. Thirdly, this lad once offended Princess Meng Yao. If we kill him, we'll definitely be able to please her. As long as she's willing to put in a good word for your Highness, the position as the Prince of Green Cloud County will be within reach. You're spouting nonsense. Prince Yuanzhou cursed, this lowlife has already joined Heaven and Earth Academy and I don't have a chance at all. Do you think I can just walk into Heaven and Earth Academy to kill him? Lone Star said, the ranking battle of the Heaven ranking 1,000 years later at the Divine Firmament Immortal Meet might provide an opportunity. How is that possible? Prince Yuanzhou sneered, I've just received news that Su Zimo is now a grade 6 Heaven Immortal. Given his cultivation, without the Hell Suppression Tripod, he won't even be able to enter the Heaven ranking prediction. There's no chance for him to take part in the final ranking battle. Lone Star said regrettably, now that I think about it, the alliance on Great Tai Wei Mountain 2,000 years ago was the best opportunity to kill him. Who would have thought that this lad would have a treasure like the Hell Suppression Tripod in his possession? Su Zimo suffered quite a loss that time as well. Prince Yuanzhou harumphed coldly. I heard that the current sect master of the Fiend Domain's Qianhuang sect, Desolate Marshal, has already taken control of the Hell Suppression Tripod and the Infinite Hell. Back in Hell, Su Zimo must have encountered Desolate Marshal and fought a huge battle. Although he managed to survive, his Hell Suppression Tripod was snatched away by the latter. Prince Yuanzhou had a dark gaze. This lad has lost the protection of the Hell Suppression Tripod. If there's another chance like before, we'll definitely be able to kill him. Foo. Right then, a chuckle sounded from outside. Who is it? Who's there? Prince Yuanzhou and Lone Star's expressions changed as they asked sternly. Yuanzhou, I'll give you that chance right now. As the voice sounded, a figure entered the hall. Initially, he looked like Lone Star. However, in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a green-robed man with refined features. Lone Star's pupils constricted. Prince Yuanzhou's face was filled with ecstasy. However, he calmed down quickly. This was way too abnormal. What was Su Zimo trying to do by coming to his residence? He must have come prepared for this trip. How many people did he bring and were there any perfected immortal experts? Prince Yuanzhou narrowed his eyes and released his spirit consciousness to check out his surroundings. He held a messenger jade talisman in his hands and was prepared to tear it apart at any moment. Su Zimo. Prince Yuanzhou tested the waters. Even when he saw Su Zimo's true body, he could not believe it. It's me. Su Zimo nodded. What are you doing here? Prince Yuanzhou asked again. I'll kill you. Su Zimo replied indifferently, there's no need to search. I'm all alone. Lone Star nodded to Prince Yuanzhou. Earlier on, he scanned his surroundings carefully as well and indeed did not find anyone else. Are you really alone? Prince Yuanzhe was relieved and suddenly laughed wildly. Su Zimo, you think that you can kill me in my territory alone? Who do you think you are? Without the hell suppression tripod, you're only a grade 6 heaven immortal. You want to challenge me? I'm rank 98 on the heaven ranking prediction while you're not even qualified to enter it. Is that so? Su Zimo smiled gently. From this day forth, I predict that you won't be on the heaven ranking prediction anymore. The moment he said that, Su Zimo suddenly attacked. There's a difference of 3 minor cultivation realms between us. Let's see how you can make up for it. Prince Yuanzhe's reaction was extremely fast as well, and he summoned his saber and sword right away. Both of them were carnate heaven-grade dharmic treasures that were held in front of him. Splash! The blood chi in Prince Yuanzhe's body surged with the sound of a tsunami. Su Zimo charged towards Prince Yuanzhe. While he was still in midair, he released his innate divine power, the 6-tusk divine strength. The power of his body and essence spirit increased exponentially. At the same time, he channeled his essence spirit and conjured hand seals slowly with both hands. Massive star regions appeared above his head and shone with 1 billion stars, scattering endless starlight that shattered the hall and surged into his body. The appearance of the mystic spirit Big Dipper diagram caused Su Zimo's strength to rise once more. After all these years of cultivation, Su Zimo had already lit up 6 of the 7 star regions of the mystic spirit Big Dipper diagram, leaving only the last one that was dim. Even so, the mystic spirit Big Dipper diagram's power was extremely terrifying and could even go against bloodline phenomenons. By the time Su Zimo arrived before Prince Yuanzhe, his aura was no different from the latter. In terms of ferocity, he even had the upper hand. Prince Yuanzhe's expression changed starkly and his heart sank. He finally realized that the situation was bad. Because he cultivated the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, Su Zimo's Green Lotus Essence Spirit and Dragon Phoenix Essence Spirit had already synthesized perfectly. Although his cultivation realm was at the grade 6 Heaven Immortal realm, his Essence Spirit realm was already at the grade 9 Heaven Immortal realm. Now, he released his innate divine power, the 6-tusk divine strength as well. Although the power of his Essence Spirit was far from the level of a perfected immortal, it had already surpassed a grade 9 Heaven Immortal. Therefore, when Prince Yuanzhe saw Su Zimo charging over, he felt a tremendous pressure that suffocated him. Star-plucking hand. Lone Star's reaction was extremely fast as well. He made a prompt decision and channeled his Essence Spirit, releasing a supreme divine power in Su Zimo's direction. Chapter 2468, 2468 Soul Searching. 2468 Soul Searching. A gigantic palm covered the skies and grabbed towards Su Zimo and the billion starlight above his head with a terrifying might. As the commander of the Heaven Execution Guards, although Lone Star was not listed on the Heaven ranking prediction, his combat strength was extremely shocking as well. Die. Without even looking at him, Su Zimo channeled his essence spirit and retaliated with a supreme divine power, fleeting moment. Since he had already appeared, he wanted to suppress Yuanzhe and Lone Star with a thunderous might. The massive commotion caused by the fight here must have already alarmed the Heaven Immortals in the City Lord's residence. Before long, all the experts in Absolute Thunder City would gather here, and it was inevitable that other variables would appear. Lone Star felt a strong sense of danger. Although he had not witnessed the terror of fleeting moment, he realized that something was amiss after Su Zimo released that divine power. Lone Star gave up on attacking Su Zimo hurriedly and forcefully retracted the heavenly encompassing palm in midair, suppressing the power of fleeting moment. Bang! The two supreme divine powers collided and it was hard to tell who was stronger. However, at the same time, a strange drumbeat sounded in the hall. Dong! As though he was struck by lightning, Lone Star shuddered and his eyes were filled with disbelief and fear. His lifespan was depleting at a terrifying speed and could not stop. Back in the Jade Firmament Immortal domain, Heaven Immortal by Yu, who could be ranked top 3 on the Heaven ranking, lost hundreds of thousands of years of lifespan after realizing the danger and releasing multiple divine powers and secret skills in succession. Lone Star merely had a single supreme divine power. There was no way he could defend against Su Zimo's fleeting moment. This is where I die. That was the only thought in Lone Star's mind. If he knew that even a top-tier perfected immortal expert like Zhu Wuiying suffered a huge loss under fleeting moment, he would definitely not only release a single supreme divine power. Unfortunately, apart from Zhu Wuiying and Su Zimo, no one else knew about this matter. Even Zhu Wuiying could only suffer his loss in silence. In the blink of an eye, Lone Star's appearance turned incomparably old and many wrinkles appeared on his face, as though he had been slashed by the time saber. His hair was white, his eyes were cloudy and his life force dissipated. Prince Yuan Zhuo was initially extremely confident when he saw that Su Zimo was alone. However, when he saw what happened to Lone Star, his expression changed starkly. Lone Star looked at Prince Yuan Zhuo, who was about to face Su Zimo alone not far away. He used the last of his strength to tear two messenger talismans in his hand. One of them was to inform the entire Green Cloud County that Absolute Thunder City was under attack and request for reinforcements from perfected immortals. The second was to inform all the Heaven Immortal experts in Absolute Thunder City to rush over immediately to save the prince. The two messenger talismans shattered and turned into two divine lights that entered the void instantly. Lone Star's lifespan was completely exhausted as well, and he collapsed limply on the ground, dead. A commander of the Heaven Execution Guards was killed by a single supreme divine power of Su Zimo. Throughout the entire process, Su Zimo's speed towards Prince Yuan Zhuo did not decrease at all. By the time Lone Star died, Su Zimo had already arrived before Prince Yuan Zhuo. Prince Yuan Zhuo released his blood chi and slashed down viciously at Su Zimo with his saber and sword. Su Zimo's gaze intensified as he reached out with both hands and grabbed Prince Yuan Zhuo's two carnate heaven-grade dharmic treasures in his palms barehanded. The saber and sword seemed to have embedded themselves into Su Zimo's palm. No matter how Prince Yuan Zhuo exerted strength, he could not turn them, let alone kill Su Zimo. The Grade 11 Green Lotus True Body had an extremely strong foundation and a flawless physique. His strength was shocking and indestructible. Thereafter, Su Zimo obtained a few more powerful body-tempering cultivation techniques, including the Void Thunder Manual, Divine Elephant Breathing Technique and even the Jade Pure Jade Manual, a taboo mystic classic. Each of those three cultivation techniques was enough to cultivate one's bloodline and physique to their peak. The foundation of Su Zimo's Green Lotus True Body was built upon the three body-tempering cultivation techniques. Even without using his blood chi, his body was almost perfect. The saber and sword in Prince Yuan Zhuo's hands could not even compare to Su Zimo's Green Lotus True Body. It was only at that moment that Prince Yuan Zhuo realized that Su Zimo, who had cultivated to become a Grade 6 Heaven Immortal, was already strong enough to threaten his escape. Without hesitation, Prince Yuan Zhuo threw down the saber and sword in his hands and turned to flee. As long as he could delay for a moment, the Heaven Immortal experts in the City Lord's residence, the Execution Guards and Heaven Immortal Guards of Absolute Thunder City would arrive here. After all, Su Zimo was only a Grade 6 Heaven Immortal. At that time, a single command from him could have Su Zimo surrounded and attacked by the many Heaven Immortals. There was no way Su Zimo could defend against that. Furthermore, Lone Star had already sent a message to Green Cloud County. Before long, there would be perfected immortal experts assisting him. The prerequisite was that he had to break free from Su Zimo's entanglement for the time being. Trying to flee? Su Zimo sneered and threw out the saber and sword in his hands. They turned into two divine lights that stabbed towards Prince Yuan Zhuo instantly. Do you think you can escape? At the same time, Su Zimo opened his mouth and let out a loud roar that exploded like thunder. There was a faint tiger and dragon roar with a majestic might. With those words, Su Zimo released his sound domain secret skill. He had too many trump cards. Since he had decided to get rid of Prince Yuan Zhuo with lightning speed, he would no longer hold back. Ah! Prince Yuan Zhuo cried out in pain and felt a sharp pain in his ears. There was a boom in his mind and his eyeballs felt a powerful impact that almost exploded. He spoke hurriedly as well and released his sound domain secret skill to mitigate the damage and impact. Poof! Poof! However, his figure had already stopped and the saber and sword that Su Zimo threw pierced his body instantly, revealing two blooded holes. Yuan Zhuo, you don't have a chance anymore. Suddenly, Su Zimo's voice sounded in his ears, inches away. Back then, We first met in Absolute Thunder City. Today, I'll end everything here. Phew. Suzimo extended his hand and released the great Chaos Essence Palm, crushing down on Prince Yuanzuo's head. When Prince Yuanzuo saw that there was no hope of escaping, he turned around suddenly. With a bloodshot gaze and menacing features, he released his Essence Spirit secret skill and made a final gamble before his death. Prince Yuanzuo's spirit consciousness condensed into a sharp dagger that stabbed towards Suzimo's glabella. Without even looking, Suzimo continued suppressing with the great Chaos Essence Palm. The dagger entered Suzimo's consciousness and many green lotus seeds formed the green lotus sword, slashing towards the dagger. The saber and sword collided and dissipated. Prince Yuanzuo's Essence Spirit secret skill posed no threat to him. As for Suzimo's great Chaos Essence Palm, it had already descended and landed on the top of Prince Yuanzuo's head. The power of the great Chaos Essence Palm was contained but not released. Instead, a powerful suction force burst forth from his palm and captured Prince Yuanzuo's Essence Spirit. What are you doing? Yuanzuo's Essence Spirit was grabbed by Suzimo's palm. He looked at Suzimo's cold gaze and shouted in fear. Soul-searching. Suzimo spat out 2 words coldly. Chapter 2469, 2469 on the verge. 2469 on the verge. Boom. 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 In the City Lord's residence, powerful auras rose one after another from all over Absolute Thunder City. Many execution guards and Heaven Immortal experts received the news and rushed over when they saw the commotion. Prince Yuanzuo said hurriedly, Suzimo, let me go. It's not too late to escape now before the encirclement is formed. Suzimo sneered and released the soul-searching art on Prince Yuanzuo without hesitation. Prince Yuanzuo's essence spirit was coiled by pitch-black threads and his body trembled continuously as he let out a tragic cry. His memories formed images that flashed through Suzimo's mind rapidly. The soul-searching art was extremely damaging to a cultivator's essence spirit and the entire process was extremely short. For Suzimo, there was no way he could browse through all the memories of Prince Yuanzuo's life. The only thing he could do was to locate the key points in the vast sea of memories as soon as possible. Suddenly, Suzimo's expression changed and his browsing speed gradually slowed down. This part of Prince Yuanzuo's memories should be from before the Immortal sect selection. Solar Lunar County, Tsangyu City. Prince Yuanzuo sat alone in the dark hall. Right then, an execution guard rushed in hurriedly with a letter in his hands. Why, Your Highness? What is it? Prince Yuanzuo frowned slightly. Someone handed this letter to me and asked me to pass it to you so that you can open it personally. Who is it? I am not sure. For some reason, I felt my consciousness go adrift for a moment. Immediately after, this letter appeared in my hands. The conversation between Prince Yuanzuo and the execution guard seemed to have reappeared in front of Suzimo. That secret was about to be revealed. Instinctively, Suzimo clenched his fists and continued reading nervously. Just as Prince Yuanzuo received the letter and Suzimo was prepared to read the contents carefully through his eyes, a mysterious power descended and the letter turned into dust instantly. Immediately after, with a bang, Prince Yuanzuo's essence spirit exploded on the spot and he died. Suzimo narrowed his eyes slightly with a dark expression. Indeed, there was a high chance for soul-searching arts to fail. However, something had clearly corrupted the scene earlier on, as though someone did not want him to see the contents of the letter. Someone interfered and forcefully erased Prince Yuanzuo's memories. Suzimo did not know what was written on the letter. However, he was finally certain of one thing. Prince Yuanzuo knew his whereabouts and knew that he was taking part in the Immortal sect selection. Furthermore, the reason why he could recognize his disguise was related to this mysterious letter. Perhaps after he ascended, there was a mysterious person hiding in a corner, paying attention to his every move. Everything about him was under that person's surveillance. At that thought, Suzimo felt chills run down his spine. Who could possess such an ability? Was this person related to the assassination attempt he encountered when he ascended? Apart from King Yunyu, there was another person who tried to kill him back then. He had heard that person's voice before and would definitely not forget it. Su Zimo fell into deep thought and deduced many possibilities. However, he could not connect the dots and match the information he had obtained perfectly. There seemed to be key information he had missed out on or things he misinterpreted. The truth seemed to be within reach. However, when Su Zimo tried to reach for it, he could not get anything. Su Zimo, how dare you come to Absolute Thunder City? You truly have a death wish. What have you done? Commander Lone Star? Your Highness Yuan's were. An angry shout interrupted Su Zimo's thoughts. The dozens of Heaven Immortal experts who arrived first were shocked when they saw the shattered hall and the two corpses of Prince Yuanzhe and Lone Star. More and more Heaven Immortal experts gathered here. From the initial dozens of people, there were now hundreds and 1,000 of them. Although there were many Grade 1 and 2 Heaven Immortal experts among the 1,000 Heaven Immortal experts, the gathering of so many Heaven Immortals still formed a tremendous might. Furthermore, there were more than 200 Heaven Execution Guards among them. Those who could become Heaven Execution Guards were all Grade 7, 8, and 9 high-level Heaven Immortal experts who had killed countless people and experienced countless life and death experiences. Otherwise, these people could not hold the power to punish and kill in the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. Surrounded by immortals, Su Zimo took a step forward with a calm expression and beheaded Prince Yuanzhe in front of everyone. Su Zimo, how dare you? You're way too arrogant. How dare you assassinate a prince in Absolute Thunder City? Do you think our Great Jin Immortal Kingdom will let this go if word of this spreads? A few Heaven Immortals shouted, causing quite a stir in the crowd. Su Zimo raised his head and glanced at the Heaven Immortal around him before saying indifferently, "Let me remind you guys that even Yuanzhe, who was on the Heaven ranking prediction, was killed by me. Think about your capabilities and don't come kill yourselves." Those words instantly cooled the blood of many Heaven Immortal experts. In reality, none of them were fools. The reason why they did not attack the entire time was because they were wary. Su Zimo's gaze landed on the many execution guards around him as he said coldly, "Don't worry, none of you execution guards will be able to escape. I'm going to kill all of you and bury you with perfected immortal burial night." Even if Su Zimo did not say it, the more than 200 execution guards in the city and the Heaven Immortal guards of Absolute Thunder City could not retreat and did not dare to. If they retreated today, they would definitely be severely punished by the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and tortured, living a life worse than death. A Heaven Execution Guard commander stood out and withdrew the execution saber on his waist. He pointed at Su Zimo and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, don't be intimidated by him. He's only a Grade 6 Heaven Immortal. Although I don't know what methods he used to kill His Highness Yuanzhe and Commander Lone Star, such methods must be extremely rare and can't be used again in a short period of time. This lad is merely putting on a strong front." Another Execution Guard commander of Absolute Thunder City stood out as well and waved his arm, shouting, "That's right. There are more than 1,000 Heaven Immortal experts in the city. If we have to, we can even exhaust him to death." The Heaven Immortals who were initially intending to withdraw hesitated once more. Right then, another Execution Guard suddenly said, "Don't you guys know yet?" Su Zimo obtained the Pure Jade Manual. The Pure Jade Manual, a taboo mystic classic. Many Heaven Immortals were invigorated and their gazes burned instantly. Those words were more useful than anything else and moved one's heart. Many Heaven Immortals subconsciously thought that the reason why Su Zimo was able to kill Prince Yuanzhe and Lone Star as a Grade 6 Heaven Immortal must be because he cultivated the taboo mystic classic. Kill him and take revenge for His Highness Yuanzhe and snatch the Pure Jade Manual. Kill him. Someone in the crowd shouted and instantly received the response of many Heaven Immortals. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Su Zimo reared his head in laughter that reverberated through the clouds like thunder. "Good, good, good." Surveying his surroundings, Su Zimo shouted, "You guys are right. The Pure Jade Manual is in my hands. Since you guys want to see it so badly, I'll let you guys witness the Dharmic Tao of the Pure Jade Manual today." Chapter 2470, 2470 Massacre. 2470 Massacre. Kill. The Heaven Immortal experts of Absolute Thunder City shouted and attacked one after another, breaking out into a huge battle. Suzimo's aura intensified and a book suddenly flew out from his glabella. It was filled with a deep green light and rapidly condensed into a body. However, that body looked a little strange. It resembled a dragon and phoenix with a dragon's head and phoenix's tail. Its horns were towering and its claws were sharp, shimmering with a cold glint. On the back of that body was a pair of gigantic wings. Making use of the Pure Jade manual to condense the Primeval body, Suzimo's form could change at will. To him, the taboo dragon phoenix was the most familiar. Suzimo once possessed the dragon phoenix true body and knew all the combat skills of the taboo dragon phoenix by heart. The Primeval body that was condensed from the Pure Jade manual could not release any essence spirit secret skills or divine powers without an essence spirit. However, the Primeval body was indestructible and transformed into the form of a taboo dragon phoenix. In melee combat, it would release an extremely terrifying lethality. Suzimo multitasked and controlled his dragon phoenix to charge into the crowd with a single thought. Divine weapons streaked through the air one after another, interweaving into an impenetrable trap that enveloped the dragon phoenix. The dragon phoenix's wings flapped and its movement technique became unusually agile. It released the secret skill of the true dragon 9 flashes consecutively and found a crack in the impenetrable trap to pass through. It was a truly wonderful feeling. At that moment, it was as though the dragon phoenix true body had returned to his side. The dragon phoenix broke through the obstruction of the divine weapons and charged into the crowd in the blink of an eye. Poof, poof, poof. A few low-level heaven immortals could not defend against it and were smashed into pieces by the dragon phoenix. Blood mists splattered in midair and their essence spirits were destroyed, dying on the spot. Swoosh. The heaven execution guard closest to the dragon phoenix slashed in reverse and released countless saber beams instantly. As the saber slashed down, killing intent descended and many phenomenons appeared in the surroundings, as though endless torture was sweeping over. The execution guard who attacked was also a heaven immortal expert. The saber intent released by that slash was comparable to the supreme divine powers. However, the dragon phoenix did not have essence spirit, flesh and blood, and it could not sense that saber intent at all. Sheeing. In a flash, the dragon phoenix charged into the person's embrace. Gigantic claws pierced the armor of the execution guard and tore the person into two. The essence spirit of the execution guard left his body with a horrified expression, wanting to escape from this place. However, a shadow enveloped him and the dragon phoenix devoured the essence spirit in a single mouthful. With a smack of its mouth, the person's essence spirit was destroyed and he died. Another heaven immortal expert had just charged forward when the dragon phoenix's wings swept over and transformed into a cold beam of light in midair, slicing the person's head into two. Another person died on the spot. Suzimo was invigorated. He was way too familiar with the dragon phoenix body. In fact, he did not even have to use much consciousness to control this body. The dragon phoenix true body had once accompanied him to conquer Tianhuang mainland. All the combat experience of this dragon phoenix was like an instinct that was deeply imprinted in his memories. Furthermore, the dragon phoenix originated from the Pure Jade manual, a body-tempering taboo mystic classic. Every single move it made could release an extremely powerful power and its body was indestructible. The dragon phoenix charged into the crowd and charged left and right, releasing many killing techniques that these heaven immortal experts had never heard or even seen before in combat. 3 heads 6 arms. On the other side, Suzimo did not hold back either. Under the augmentation of the 6-tusk divine strength and mystic spirit Big Dipper diagram, he released another supreme divine power. 3 heads and 6 arms appeared. Swash, swash, swash. In Suzimo's 3 palms, he held the Trinity Auspicious Jade, the Primordial Unity Horsetail Whip and the 7-Tails Phoenix Feather Fan to fight against the Heaven Immortals of Absolute Thunder City. When the Trinity Auspicious Jade was casually thrown out, any dharmic treasure that collided with it was knocked down. The glows of the dharmic treasures dimmed and the essence chi on them dissipated. The Trinity Auspicious Jade transformed into a green streak of light in midair and collided with many dharmic treasures, letting out tinkling sounds. The dharmic treasures in midair fell continuously like raindrops. Many heaven immortals were shocked. Some perfect and carnate heaven-grade dharmic treasures could defend against the impact of Trinity auspicious jade. Although they fell, their dharmic treasures could still remain intact. However, many middle and superior heaven-grade dharmic treasures could not defend against it and were crippled instantly by the Trinity auspicious jade. Some of them were smashed into pieces. Even supreme heaven-grade dharmic treasures could not defend against the impact of the Trinity auspicious jade. Su Zimo charged into the crowd and waved the primordial unity horsetail whip. The 3,000 threads on it extended and whipped many heaven immortals, forcing them back one after another. The power contained by the 3,000 threads alternated between gentleness and toughness. At extreme gentleness, they could coil around the bodies of the cultivators and squeeze them to death. At extreme toughness, they could shatter many divine weapons. Phew! The Seven Tails Phoenix feather fan flapped and let out a phoenix cry. Su Zimo channeled his essence spirit and injected it into the Seven Tails Phoenix feather fan, resonating with the power of the fan. Countless flames gathered and a divine phoenix was born from the fire, charging into the crowd. Ah! 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 A tragic cry sounded from the battlefield in chaos. Many figures were struck by the divine phoenix and their bodies burned with flames as they struggled in midair. Su Zimo's 3 empty palms were not idle either. Kill character art. 6 paths of reincarnation. Incinerating firmament boiling sea. Parameter bridge. Lotus with every step. A series of supreme divine powers were released in a short period of time, forming a terrifying divine power storm on the battlefield that engulfed the many heaven immortals of Absolute Thunder City. Boom! 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 The many heaven immortals of Absolute Thunder City released their divine powers and secret skills hurriedly to defend as well. However, Su Zimo's essence spirit had already surpassed that of a grade 9 heaven immortal. When released, the power of those supreme divine powers far surpassed his peers. Many heaven immortal experts could not defend against them at all. Poof! 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 Some people managed to survive incinerating firmament boiling sea, but they could not dodge the resplendent lotus flowers that appeared beneath them. Their bodies were shattered and their essence spirits were destroyed. Some people could defend against the parameter bridge, but they could not defend against the impact of the kill character art. Against the attack of many heaven immortals, the mystic spirit Big Dipper diagram above Su Zimo's head was about to disperse. Right then, the millions of stars suddenly turned chaotic. A torrential killing intent was released in Absolute Thunder City, surging into the skies to shock the entire world. Boom! The ground of Absolute Thunder City quaked violently as well. The earth split apart and an overwhelming killing intent burst forth. The entire Absolute Thunder City was enveloped in a series of apocalyptic phenomena. When the heavens' killing intent is released, the stars are shifted out of alignment. When the earth's killing intent is released, the dragon snake shall rise. Chapter 2471, 2471 Burning the City. 2471 Burning the City. The heaven-slaying sword Chi and earth-slaying sword Chi burst forth at the same time. The many heaven immortal experts who were initially surrounding Su Zimo could no longer hold on and dissipated, escaping everywhere. Thousands of heaven-slaying sword Chi streaked through Absolute Thunder City. A soaring serpent formed from sword Chi appeared underground. In the skies, sword Chi and divine dragons roamed everywhere, and cultivators that were struck by it could not defend at all and died on the spot. The heaven and earth-slaying swords were extremely sharp and swept through everything, causing extremely strong killing damage that could destroy the world. Su Zimo stood in midair and looked at the heaven immortals who were escaping in panic around him. His gaze was cold as he stared at these exalted immortals who were once high and mighty in the city. For hundreds of thousands of years, the hunting meet had been held countless times in Absolute Thunder City. Each hunting meet would gather tens of thousands of black immortals who had ascended from the lower worlds. There might even be 100,000 of them. However, only 100 of them could survive in the end. In reality, this was a meticulously prepared killing feast for Yuan Zhuo, the city lord of Absolute Thunder City and the exalted immortals in the city. Over the years, countless living beings of the lower worlds had been buried deep underground in Absolute Thunder City. The lives of the living beings of the lower worlds were like grass and ants to the exalted immortals in Absolute Thunder City. No one cared. Suzimo would always remember the faces of the exalted immortals around him when he stood in the square above the 10 Absolute Hell and surveyed his surroundings. All the living beings of the lower worlds that entered the 10 Absolute Hell were merely their toys. These exalted immortals were the true hunters. This massacre between the living beings of the lower worlds was a game for them. These exalted immortals were long used to taking joy in this. They were high and above as they looked at the 100,000 living beings of the lower worlds in the square. They chatted and laughed brazenly without concealing the disdain and coldness in their eyes. Back then, Suzimo was only a puny black immortal who had ascended not long ago. The weakest exalted immortals were earth immortals, and there were even many heaven immortals. At this moment, Suzimo stood in midair above Absolute Thunder City. The once high and mighty exalted immortals were all trembling beneath his feet. It's him. I know him. He was a lowlife who entered the 10 Absolute Hell back then. He managed to cultivate to such an extent in just a few thousand years. What is he trying to do? In Absolute Thunder City, countless cultivators looked up at the figure in midair with horrified expressions. Suzimo's expression was cold. Suddenly, 4 balls of flames appeared beside him with an extremely high temperature. The immortal Dao fire, fiend Dao fire, Buddhist Dao fire and southern Mingli fire fused rapidly in front of him, forming a gigantic fireball. The fireball appeared above Absolute Thunder City like a blazing sun that was extremely close. Many structures in Absolute Thunder City began to burn and flames surged into the skies. Green smoke began to billow from the ground and city walls as well. What a terrifying flame! Even on the ground, many Earth immortals could sense the searing heat of the fireball and began to escape out of the city. Let it burn, Suzimo said indifferently and released his hands. The gigantic fireball that was synthesized from 4 balls of flames in his hand fell towards Absolute Thunder City. At the same time, an essence spirit fire was released from Suzimo's glabella and entered the fireball. Boom! When the fireball landed in Absolute Thunder City, it exploded and an even more terrifying flame spread in all directions rapidly, burning everything. It was only then that the cultivators in the city realized that a calamity had arrived and fled outside wildly. Even heaven immortal experts could not withstand the Pankadi Dao fire, let alone the earth immortals in the city. Nobody dared to attempt to fight against the flames. The Pankadi Dao fire spread rapidly and engulfed the entire Absolute Thunder City before long, as though it had transformed into a gigantic flaming hell. Many cultivators who escaped from Absolute Thunder City looked back with lingering fear. A figure stood in the skies of the flaming hell. He was bathed in flames and was insufferably arrogant, like a god. Everyone knew that after today, this ancient city that had once suppressed Feng Kantien and buried countless living beings of the lower worlds would no longer exist and turn into ruins, returning to dust. Above Absolute Thunder City. After this battle, the Dragon Phoenix body was already dilapidated. Although the Dragon Phoenix body condensed by the Pure Jade manual had the shape of a taboo Dragon Phoenix, its strength was significantly inferior without the Dragon Phoenix's bloodline and essence spirit. After a huge battle, the Dragon Phoenix body could no longer hold on. Suzimo's spirit consciousness moved and the Pure Jade manual returned to his consciousness. The Dragon Phoenix body dissipated as well. Waving his robes, he put away the storage bags of the many heaven immortals. He also collected the badges of more than 200 heaven execution guards before tearing the teleportation talisman given to him by Yun Zhu to leave the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. Zixian Immortal Kingdom. Duanya City, an ancient city at the borders. Yun Zhu escorted Feng Zi and perfected Immortal Burial Night. When they arrived at the Zixian Immortal Kingdom, they entered the teleportation formation and arrived at this ancient city after a few consecutive teleportations. She escorted their carriage out of the city and stood still at the city gate. Guys, I won't send you off any further. After leaving the city, head north from here and you'll arrive at the Immortal Fiend Abyss. Yunju said, the Fiend Domain lies beyond the Immortal Fiend Abyss. The curtain of the carriage moved and Feng Zi walked out. She nodded to Yunju expressionlessly and said softly, thank you. How is perfected Immortal Burial Knight doing? Yunju asked. Fengzi lowered her gaze and shook her head. Perfected Immortal Burial Knight could no longer hold on and was in a comatose state. He could die at any moment. We'll be leaving now. Farewell. Fengzi was silent for a moment before saying. Yunju turned back and could not help but ask, do you guys want to wait a little longer? Fengzi asked. Someone. Yunju said, he's probably rushing over as soon as he can to send you guys off. Fengzi knew that the person Yunju was referring to was Su Zimo. Where did he go? Fengzi asked. Just as Yunju was about to reply, her heart skipped a beat. She turned back and saw a figure speeding over. In the blink of an eye, he arrived. It was Su Zimo. Using the teleportation talisman, Su Zimo replied directly to the capital of the Zhixian Immortal Kingdom. Thereafter, he did not rest at all and made use of the teleportation formation in the capital to teleport to Duanya City before rushing over. Did you succeed? Yunju looked at Su Zimo and probed. Yes. Su Zimo nodded without saying anything more. He went on a massacre in Absolute Thunder City. After burning the city, he used a teleportation talisman to rush here. News of what happened there had yet to spread. Yunju thought to herself that he was amazing. At that moment, she did not know the details of what happened in Absolute Thunder City and thought that Su Zimo merely assassinated Prince Yuanzhe. Let's go and visit Senior Burial Knight. Su Zimo said and boarded the carriage. Yunju pondered for a moment and followed. The carriage was extremely spacious and could accommodate more than 10 people. Chapter 2472, 2472 One Thing. 2472 One Thing. Within the carriage. Perfected Immortal Burial Knight laid flat on the couch. His face was withered and his eyes were closed. A faint black chi surrounded his glabella and he was barely breathing. Senior. Su Zimo called out. There was still no reaction from Perfected Immortal Burial Knight. Su Zimo took out a Soraka fruit and cut its skin. He squeezed out the juice and fed it slowly to Perfected Immortal Burial Knight. Although the Soraka fruit could heal essence spirit injuries, it could not save Perfected Immortal Burial Knight. Perfected Immortal Burial Knight's lifespan was depleted and the Soraka fruit could not extend it. Once one's lifespan was exhausted, even an expert like an emperor would have to face the reality of death. Throughout history, there have been people with longevity. However, no one had heard of anyone who could live forever. After a while, perhaps because of the power contained in the Soraka fruit, Perfected Immortal Burial Knight opened his hazy eyes slowly and woke up. It's you. When Perfected Immortal Burial Knight saw Su Zimo beside him, his lips trembled slightly as he murmured. Senior, look. When Su Zimo saw that Perfected Immortal Burial Knight had regained some consciousness, he took out Prince Yuanzhu's head from his storage bag. The blood on it was still wet. Even till his death, Prince Yuanzhu's eyes were widened and his face was filled with fear. It was unknown how frightened he was and how much grievances he possessed before his death. I've already killed Yuanzhe who harmed you, Su Zimo said in a deep voice. A glint flashed through the depths of Fengzi's eyes before vanishing. Her heart skipped a beat as well. Prince Yuanzhe. In the depths of her heart, this person was at the top of the list of people she had to kill. In fact, he was even above King Jin and the heir of King Jin. If not for Prince Yuanzhe's frenzied revenge, Remnant Knight would not have suffered such immense losses and would have been completely destroyed. Perfected Immortal Burial Knight would not be severely injured, causing his lifespan to exhaust in advance. Although Fengzi did not say it, she had once sworn in her heart that she would cultivate continuously. After she entered the Perfected One realm and became a Perfected Immortal, she would look for an opportunity to infiltrate the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and assassinate Prince Yuanzhe to take revenge. However, she had not expected that Prince Yuanzhe would have already been killed by Su Zimo. How? Fengzi still could not believe it. Su Zimo was only a grade 6 heaven immortal. How could he kill Prince Yuanzhe? Could Prince Yuanzhe have left the territory of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and was bumped into by Su Zimo? Yuanzhe is dead. Perfected Immortal Burial Knight's eyes lit up. His initially despondent spirit was suddenly invigorated and he seemed to have gained some strength. He propped himself up and leaned against the head of the bed. Suzimo took out the 200-odd Heaven Execution Guard badges from his storage bag and poured them in front of perfected Immortal Burial Knight. Suzimo said, "Senior, more than 200 execution guards in Absolute Thunder City were killed by me as well. Ha ha." Perfected Immortal Burial Knight burst into laughter. "Good, these great Jin dogs died before me after all. I can die without regrets." Yunju raised her brow slightly with a strange look in her eyes. Initially, she thought that Suzimo had infiltrated Absolute Thunder City and assassinated Prince Yuanzhua in secret. However, from the looks of it, the battle in Absolute Thunder City must have been quite a commotion. After saying that, perfected Immortal Burial Knight seemed to have expended the last of his strength. "There's only a few people from my generation in Tianhuang mainland who survived." Perfected Immortal Burial Knight gazed into the distance and murmured, "What a pity that I won't be able to accompany Brother Feng and Brother Lin in the future." The eyes of perfected Immortal Burial Knight shone with a glint that resembled the afterglow of the setting sun. In a daze, it was as though he had returned to Tianhuang mainland and the glorious era of the ancient era where flames of war rose everywhere. It was as though he had seen a group of old friends from Tianhuang mainland once more. There was the Saber Monarch, Sword Monarch and Buddha Monarch. Everyone stood not far away, waving at him with wine jars. "Brothers, here I come." Perfected Immortal Burial Knight murmured softly with a relieved smile on his face and passed away. Suzimo's eyes dimmed. "Master." Feng Zi's lips trembled as she called out softly. This old man from Tianhuang mainland had closed his eyes forever and would never reply. "Master." Feng Zi's eyes were red and she had a sorrowful expression. She threw herself into the embrace of perfected Immortal Burial Knight and shouted as tears streamed down her face. This woman who rarely revealed emotions could no longer suppress the pain in the depths of her heart at that moment. Yunju sighed gently and turned her head away, unable to bear to continue watching. Suzimo remained silent and did not step forward to console her. All these years, no matter what Feng Zi encountered, she would shoulder it alone and suppress all her emotions in her heart without revealing them. Now that Feng Zi was venting her emotions and crying, it might not be a bad thing for her. Suzimo and Yunju stood guard at the side silently. After a long time, the crying gradually stopped. Feng Zi stood up and returned to her cold self. However, there seemed to be something different about her. "Thank you, both of you." Feng Zi bowed deeply to Suzimo and Yunju. Suzimo said, "Let's go. I'll send you to the Immortal Fiend Abyss." Feng Zi nodded. Yunju controlled the carriage and headed north. Not long after, a gigantic dark abyss appeared before them, tearing the ground apart as though it was splitting the heavenly world into two. The abyss emitted a fog. After crossing the Immortal Fiend Abyss, they would arrive at the Fiend Domain. "Both of you, please stop." Feng Zi nodded slightly and carried perfected Immortal Burial Knight's body, speeding in the direction of the Fiend Domain and disappearing into the fog before long. Suzimo stood at the edge of the Immortal Fiend Abyss for a long time before turning around. Yunju said, "Seems like you've caused quite a stir in Absolute Thunder City." "Yes." Suzimo did not hide anything. Thereafter, he looked at Yunju. "It's all thanks to you that I was able to save Feng Zi as well as rush back in time." "How are you going to thank me?" Yunju asked with a smile. Suzimo was stunned. Yunju teased, "Why? I've helped you so much. Don't tell me you just want to thank me verbally." Suzimo laughed bitterly, momentarily stumped. Yunju was one of the 4 great fairies. Coupled with the fact that she was from the Zixien Immortal Kingdom, she had no lack of cultivation resources and various natural treasures. For a moment, Suzimo could not think of what he could use to thank Yunju. Yunju chuckled. "How about this? Promise me one thing." "What is it?" Suzimo asked. Yunju blinked and a crafty look flashed through her beautiful eyes. "I haven't thought about it yet. I'll tell you after I've thought about it. You'll just owe me first." All right." The two of them returned to the carriage and headed towards Duanya City. Along the way, Suzimo seemed distracted, as though he was in deep thought. "What are you thinking about?" Yunju asked. Su Zimo's mind was still on the mysterious letter that Prince Yuanzhou received. He knew that Yunju was sharp and had a far superior understanding of the heavenly world than he did. Perhaps she might be able to find a clue or two. Therefore, he recounted everything that happened before and after the Immortal sect selection briefly. Chapter 2473, 2473 Chaos in the Trichilia Chasm. 2473 Chaos in the Trichilia Chasm. There's definitely more than one person in the heavenly world who can know your tracks and recognize your appearance even after you disguise yourself. Yunju said deeply. However, anyone who can possess such methods is at least an expert at the Immortal King realm. At that time, you were only an Earth Immortal. Why would an Immortal King target you? Su Zimo did not tell Yunju about the Green Lotus true body. It was still his greatest secret and could bring about a calamity for him. He could not tell it to everyone. When Yunju saw that Su Zimo was silent, she smiled and said half-jokingly, "From what I know, there's truly such a big shot in the divine firmament immortal domain. He's the sect master of the academy. However, there's no reason for him to do that. Furthermore, I was present at the Immortal sect selection back then as well. The process was unpredictable and there were a few twists. In the end, Heaven and Earth Academy was the one who protected you and caused Yuanzhou to return fruitless." "Yes." Su Zimo nodded. Back when he took part in the Immortal sect selection, his initial goal was to join Mountain Sea Immortal sect. It was only by some freak coincidence that he joined Heaven and Earth Academy. The Hell Suppression tripod in your possession is indeed extremely attractive to Immortal King experts. Given the capabilities of the sect master of the Academy, it's not difficult for him to divine that you possess the Hell Suppression tripod. Yunju said, however, if he's after your tripod Hell Suppression tripod, he could have attacked at any moment. There were way too many opportunities and he did not have to take that additional step. My preliminary guess is that an Immortal King knew about the feud between you and Yuanzhou. Due to his status as an Immortal King, it was inconvenient for him to attack you who was an Earth Immortal. That was why he wrote a letter to Yuanzhou so that the latter could deal with it. Su Zimo remained silent. If it was according to what Yunju had said, things would be simple. He would have just been overthinking things previously. Indeed, there was a moment when he suspected the sect master of the academy. However, upon careful thought, there were many things that did not make sense. First, it was because of the persistence of Heaven and Earth Academy that he was able to avoid Prince Yuan's pursuit and survive. Otherwise, he would have been a corpse by now. Second, as Yunju had said, if it was truly the sect master of the academy, what was he trying to do? Be it the Hell Suppression tripod or his Green Lotus true body, the sect master of the academy could have attacked a long time ago. How could he have survived till now? Third, not only did the sect master of the academy take him in as an in-name disciple, he even saved his life. Back then, their group was hunted by an Immortal King expert on their way back from the Yangyang Immortal Kingdom after taking part in the fight for the Earth ranking. It was because of the attack of the sect master of the academy that they were spared. Su Zimo had a feeling the entire time that the Immortal King's assassination attempt was most likely targeted at him. Furthermore, the sect master of the academy even gave him a teleportation jade badge. In the Jade Firmament Immortal domain, it was because of this teleportation jade badge that he could bring Dao Yarrow out of danger and return to the academy. Fourth, if it was the sect master of the academy, it would mean that from the moment the letter was sent to the moment Su Zimo joined Heaven and Earth Academy, everything was under the sect master's control. However, was that possible? Too many variables had happened at the Immortal sect selection. No matter how precise the sect master of the academy was in his calculations, how could he have determined all the variables? Furthermore, Su Zimo had interacted with the sect master of the academy before. He could not sense any hostility from the sect master. Also, ever since he joined Heaven and Earth Academy, be it the academy or the sect master, they had not done anything to let him down. It would be rather petty of him to start suspecting the sect master of the academy. Su Zimo had a feeling that the mysterious person who hunted him down with King Yunyu back then was most likely the person who sent the letter to Prince Yuanzhua. He had heard that person's voice before. It was definitely not the sect master of the academy. However, this mysterious person also possessed the ability to divine all living beings, see through heaven and earth as well as illusions. Although it was similar to the methods of the sect master of the academy, it was deeply hidden. At the very least, Yunju had never heard of this person. What did this mysterious person have to do with the assassination attempt after the fight for the Earth ranking? Methods similar to the sect master and yet deeply hidden. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as a figure appeared in his mind. Old Xian, who guarded the secret pavilions in Heaven and Earth Academy. Given Old Xian's status in the academy, there was no way he was merely an old man guarding the secret pavilions. Back when he condensed the 10th stone step of the Dao Heart Stairs, Old Xian was present as well. Old Xian's attitude towards the sect master of the academy was extremely nonchalant and indifferent, as though he did not take the status of the sect master of the academy seriously at all. As for the sect master of the academy, he did not take it to heart, as though he acknowledged it silently. Old Xian's status in Heaven and Earth Academy was extremely special. Furthermore, Su Zimo had witnessed him tear through the void and leave. It was clear that he was an immortal king expert. Right. Suddenly, Yunju said, over the years, I've searched through some ancient books and visited a few ancient ruins. I found some information about Great Emperor Infinite. Yunju's words interrupted Su Zimo's thoughts. What information? Su Zimo asked instinctively. After all, he was extremely curious about Great Emperor Infinite as well. Yunju said, the death of Great Emperor Infinite seems to be related to a chaos that swept through the trichiliocosm and affected all living beings. Chaos? Su Zimo frowned slightly. Yunju revealed a puzzled expression as well. Many ancient books are vague about this chaos. Even now, I'm not sure if it existed. Furthermore, there's no record of the origin, process, and ending of the chaos. I even found some blurry records in some ancient ruins with incomplete words such as strange, chaos, heaven, earth and Major Chilio. Su Zimo's expression changed. Major Chilio? Could it be referring to the Major Chiliocosm? Yunju pondered for a moment and suddenly said sternly, there's one more thing. I've browsed through the ancient books of the past 10 eras. The civilization of each era is different. Even the words recorded are strangely different. However, all these different eras had two words in common, Fiend Master. Su Zimo shuddered. For some unknown reason, those two words seemed to possess a strange deterrence, causing him to feel uneasy and not want to think too much about it. What are the records of this Fiend Master in these eras and civilizations? Su Zimo asked. Yunju shook her head. There are no clear records or any information about the Fiend Master. Suddenly, as though she sensed something, Yunju's expression changed. Something happened to Dao Yaro. Yunju said in a deep voice. What? Su Zimo frowned and his heart skipped a beat. Yunju said, do you still remember that I gave Dao Yaro a badge? That badge can actually be considered as a protective spirit treasure and can defend against a single attack from a perfected immortal expert. I just sensed that the badge was struck by a powerful force. Su Zimo's expression darkened. He rushed out of the carriage immediately and sped towards Duanya City with all his might. Once he arrived at Duanya City and was teleported to the capital of the Zixien Immortal Kingdom, he would be able to return to Heaven and Earth Academy right away. Yunju looked at Su Zimo's back view and reminded, you don't have to worry. The impact of that power should not have reached the level of a perfected immortal. Dao Yaro is not in danger for the time being. She stood on the carriage and pondered for a moment before following. Chapter 2474, 2474 Causing Trouble. 2474 Causing Trouble. Heaven and Earth Academy, Legacy Ground. Not far away, a sword beam sped over and descended in front of the entrance of the cave abode of Yu Hua. It was the legacy disciple, Xiao Li. Greetings, senior brother Yu Hua. When Xiao Li saw the figure standing in front of the cave abode, he bowed hurriedly. How are the arrangements going? Sword Immortal Yu Hua asked indifferently. Don't worry, senior brother. I've already instructed Fang Qingyun and the others to step in and cause trouble for Dao Yao. Xiao Li sent a voice transmission. I heard that Su Zimo has never recruited any servants before. Now that he has taken Dao Yao under his wing, he must think highly of the latter. As long as Su Zimo receives the news, he will definitely not reject Fang Qingyun's challenge in his rage. Although that lad's cultivation speed is fast, he's only a grade 6 heaven immortal right now. Once he's on the sword discourse arena, Fang Qingyun will be ruthless and cripple him. Cripple? That won't do. Sword Immortal Yu Hua shook his head gently with a cold expression and sent a voice transmission. I want him dead. Xiao Li's blood ran cold. Ever since he heard the news of Fairy Mo Qing coming out of seclusion for Su Zimo and heading to Tsungyun Mountain, Sword Immortal Yu Hua seemed to have woken up from a dream and was in rage. Xiao Li hesitated for a moment. However, life and death battles are not allowed on the sword discourse arena. If Fang Qingyun kills Su Zimo, he'll probably be severely punished by the academy as well. Don't worry. Sword Immortal Yu Hua said, this time round, not only am I going to kill Su Zimo, I'm going to ruin his reputation and have him removed from the academy. Senior brother, are you intending to make use of Dao Yao's identity? Xiao Li frowned slightly. However, Dao Yao shouldn't be the Dao child of Desolate Marshal from the Fiend Domain, right? No matter how bold Su Zimo is, he wouldn't dare to keep Desolate Marshal's Dao child by his side. Whether or not he is not important. Sword Immortal Yu Hua sneered. Back then, most of the people in the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain who saw that Dao child were killed by Desolate Marshal, and there's no evidence. If I say that he is, he is. Xiao Li pondered for a moment and nodded. Once Su Zimo is killed by Fang Qingyun, he won't be able to explain himself no matter what we accuse him of. How dare a bastard of the lower worlds try to lay his hands on junior sister Mo Qing? A cold glint flashed through Sword Immortal Yu Hua's eyes as he murmured, today, I'll show you my capabilities. Even in the academy, I can do whatever I want. Senior brother, let's take a look at the inner sect. Xiao Li said, I reckon that Fang Qingyun has already attacked by now. The inner sect of the academy. A dense circle of cultivators surrounded the square in front of the Essence Spirit Pavilion. Most of them were inner sect disciples of the academy, and there were even some immortal servants. What's going on? Don't you know? An immortal servant of Senior Brother Su attacked someone in the academy. Senior Brother Fang appeared and is prepared to kill that immortal servant of Junior Brother Su on the spot as a warning to others. Your news is not accurate enough. I heard that Senior Brother Fang has already attacked. However, Junior Brother Su's immortal servant seemed to have some defensive dharmic treasure that blocked it and saved his life. There were also many cultivators sprinting over in the surroundings, discussing fervently as though they wanted to join the hype. In the square, two groups of cultivators were in a standoff. On one side, there were only 3 people, Princess Scarlet Rainbow, Liu Ping, and Dao Yao. On the other hand, there were thousands of people on the other end with a massive might. Their leader was the number 1 of the inner sect of the academy, Fang Qingyun, who was ranked 10 on the heaven ranking prediction. Fang Qingyun had cultivated in the inner sect for many years and was the number 1 of the inner sect. After so many years, he naturally had many followers. As long as Fang Qingyun waved his arm, many inner sect disciples would naturally follow his orders. Senior Brother Fang, what exactly are you trying to do? Princess Scarlet Rainbow asked in a deep voice. Fang Qingyun had an indifferent expression. This has nothing to do with you. Hand over that servant behind you. What will happen to the discipline of the academy if I don't teach him a lesson today? Dao Yao stood behind Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Liu Ping with a panicked and lost expression. He had not expected that his actions would cause such a huge commotion in the academy. Furthermore, if not for the badge on his waist earlier on, he would have been killed by Fang Qingyun. Dao Yao looked aggrieved and uneasy as he looked at the increasing number of cultivators around him. He tugged at Liu Ping's sleeves gently. Ping Ping, did I cause trouble for young master? It's not your fault. They were the ones who provoked us first. Liu Ping glared at Fang Qingyun angrily and clenched his fists, questioning the latter loudly. Senior Brother Fang, earlier on, In front of the Essence Spirit Pavilion, your servants were the ones who provoked and insulted Dao Boy continuously. That was the reason why he attacked and hit one of them. Furthermore, Dao Boy did not use any strength at all and did not injure him. Oh! Fang Qingyun raised his brow slightly. So what? The Academy's rules forbid fights in private. Even disciples of the Academy have to be severely punished for disobeying them. How can a servant like him avoid responsibility? A servant is so arrogant as to injure others casually in the Academy. Does he think that his master is all that great? Fang Qingyun's last sentence was clearly intentional. The surrounding cultivators felt their hearts skip a beat and were secretly speechless. Senior brother Fang, aren't you making a mountain out of a molehill? Someone in the crowd whispered. Shh. Another person shook his head hurriedly and gestured for the other party to keep quiet. He explained in a low voice, don't you understand? Senior brother Fang is intentionally making a mountain out of a molehill. Many people who understood could already tell that Fang Qingyun's attack was not targeted at the servant, but Su Zimo. In the crowd, a disciple of the Academy sneered, Senior brother Fang is right. If we don't teach him a lesson and the other servants imitate him one after another, won't our Academy be in chaos? In my opinion, it's because Senior brother Su did not discipline him properly. Senior brother Su has been quite arrogant ever since he joined the Academy. To think that his servant would be like this as well. In the crowd, many Academy disciples cheered, causing a commotion. Princess Scarlet Rainbow swept her gaze and recognized that the few people who were the first to cheer were Fang Qingyun's followers. It was prearranged. It's not my young master's fault. It's mine. Dao Yaro's face flushed red as he looked at the surrounding disciples of the Academy, wanting to try and explain. However, the surroundings were noisy and no one heard what he said. Even if they did, no one would care. Furthermore, disciples of the Academy were all elites and thought highly of themselves. These people did not even take young Ruoxu who came from the lower worlds seriously back then. Who would care about the life and death of a servant? Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Liu Ping exchanged glances and were sweating profusely. The two of them did not have high cultivation realms and had almost no backing in the inner sect of the Academy. They could not defend against Fang Qingyun's attacks at all. Senior brother Fang, I was in the wrong. Dao Yaro stood out and pursed his lips. Tears the size of beans welled up in his reddened eyes as he bowed and apologized to Fang Qingyun. It's all my fault, I didn't know the rules. Please don't blame my young master. Dao Yaro bowed to Fang Qingyun repeatedly. Just bowing to apologize? How insincere. You think that you can escape punishment just by bowing and apologizing? Do you think that the Academy's rules are just for show? If apologies work, what's the use of us having a disciplinary elder? Ha 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 ha. The many Academy disciples on the other end spoke one after another as they looked down at Dao Yao. Their eyes were filled with mockery and disdain as they burst into laughter. Dao Yao, get up. Right then, someone appeared beside Dao Yao and helped him up. Chapter 2475, 2475 Why the Trouble? 2475 Why the Trouble? Young master. Dao Yaro's heart skipped a beat when he heard that voice. He turned around with teary eyes. Su Zimo rubbed Dao Yaro's head gently and smiled gently. With a warm expression, he said gently, it's fine, I'll handle it. All right. Dao Yaro nodded vigorously. For some unknown reason, as long as Su Zimo was beside him, his nervousness, panic and confusion earlier on seemed to have vanished instantly and he was relieved. Senior brother. Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Liu Ping heaved a sigh of relief as well. Su Zimo nodded slightly to the two of them, indicating for them to rest assured. My, if it isn't senior brother Su. Behind Fang Qingyun, a grade 9 heaven immortal of the Academy asked with a smile, Senior brother Su, you came at the right time. That servant of yours broke the Academy's rules. What do you think we should do? What else can he do? That's unless you intend to challenge the rules of the Academy, Senior brother Su? Another Academy disciple echoed. Hee hee. The first person gave a strange laugh. That's not for sure. Senior Brother Su is a peerless genius who ascended the 9th stone step of the Tao Heart Stairs and condensed the 10th stone step. He's arrogant and doesn't take the Academy's rules seriously. That's for sure. The two of them echoed one after another in a weird manner. Fang Qingyun merely smiled indifferently with a silent acceptance of this scene. Su Zimo did not even look at the other party, as though he had not heard anything. He merely turned around and asked, Liu Ping, what's going on? Liu Ping said hurriedly, Dao Boy and I received this year's Essence Spirit Stones in front of the Essence Spirit Pavilion. Before long, we were blocked by more than 10 servants of Senior Brother Fang. For no reason, they cursed at the Dao Boy and spouted filthy words continuously. At that point, Liu Ping paused for a moment, as though he recalled those filthy words. He was indignant and glared at the servants opposite him. Liu Ping continued, Dao Boy was so angry that he pushed away the person in front of him and wanted to leave. He did not injure that person at all. But who knew, Senior Brother Fang and the others suddenly appeared and surrounded us. They said that Dao Boy broke the Academy's rules and fought in private within the grounds of the Academy, injuring others. Senior Brother Fang did not give Dao Boy a chance to explain and attacked him directly. Thankfully, Dao Boy's badge blocked the attack and he managed to survive. Liu Ping quickly described the conflict briefly. When Su Zimo heard that, he already had a gist of things. The other party was here for him. Fang Qingyun said slowly, You sure make it sound simple, Junior Brother Liu. My servant is already severely injured and dead. What? Liu Ping was shocked before saying resolutely, That's impossible. Bring him up. Fang Qingyun waved his hand. Behind him, a few servants carried the corpse of another servant up. This person did look like he was dead and had just died not long ago. It wasn't me. I didn't kill him. I merely pushed him. Dao Yarrow shook his head hurriedly and tried his best to explain. Seems like Senior Brother Fang isn't making a mountain out of a molehill. Someone did die. That's right, if someone is dead, this is no longer as simple as a private fight. Another Academy disciple pouted and whispered, Do you guys really think that Senior Brother Fang's servant was killed by that child? Heh! What do you mean by that? The few people beside him asked. The person sneered, It's obvious that Senior Brother Fang and the others killed that servant and framed him to make things difficult for Senior Brother Su. These are all your guesses, right? What evidence do you have? Another person questioned. The person shrugged. Who would leave evidence for something like this? Liu Ping pointed at the servant's corpse and shouted, I was present at that time. He was fine when Dao Boy pushed him away. Nonsense. Brother Wang was severely injured at that time and died not long after. Fang Qingyun's servants stood out hurriedly to argue and the scene was in chaos. Su Zimo finally turned around and looked at Fang Qingyun. Their gazes met in midair and neither of them avoided the other. It was extremely tense. Su Zimo said, Fang Qingyun, I've yet to settle my past grudges with you after I came out of seclusion. To think that you would come knocking first. A life for a life. It's only right and proper. I don't need to say anything more, right? Fang Qingyun spread his hands with a calm expression. The life of a servant is also a life. Your servant broke the Academy's rules and has to pay with his life for killing someone. If he doesn't die, you'll have to. Actually, even without Sword Immortal Yu Hua's urging, Fang Qingyun was prepared to make a move on Su Zimo. Back then, he set up a trap to kill Yang Ruoxu and Su Zimo. In the end, neither of them died. Instead, Tang Peng died outside. If he was not wrong, Su Zimo should already know that he was the one plotting behind the scenes. The two of them would fight sooner or later. Furthermore, Fang Qingyun felt a huge threat from Su Zimo. Su Zimo was cultivating way too quickly. He had only joined the inner sect for a few years, but he had already cultivated to become a grade 6 heaven immortal. If he was given more time and allowed to continue growing, his position as number 1 of the inner sect would probably be replaced. Fang Qingyun continued, Su Zimo, since both of us want to stand up for our servants, I have a suggestion. Let's head to the Sword Discourse Arena and settle our grudges. This was a plan that he had planned for a long time. As long as he angered Su Zimo and forced him onto the Sword Discourse Arena, he would not give Su Zimo any chance. Senior brother Su, don't agree to it. Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Liu Ping hurriedly stopped him. To the two of them, Su Zimo was only a grade 6 heaven immortal after all. As for Fang Qingyun, he had long cultivated to the peak of a grade 9 heaven immortal. He was the number 1 of the inner sect and had the strongest combat strength. Furthermore, he was ranked 10 on the heaven ranking prediction. The difference between the two of them was too great. Once they were on the sword discourse arena, Su Zimo would definitely lose. Fang Qingyun raised his brow slightly. Su Zimo, don't worry. According to the Academy's rules, life and death battles are not allowed on the sword discourse arena. I'll try my best to hold back and spare your life. Su Zimo looked at Fang Qingyun silently with a cold expression. Senior brother Su, are you afraid? A disciple of the Academy behind Fang Qingyun shouted deliberately. Another person said, how is that possible? He's an unprecedented genius who condensed the 10th stone step of the Tao Heart Stairs. How can he be so timid? Sword discourse arena. Some disciples of the Academy mocked and the surrounding crowd began to jeer as well. Su Zimo, please. Fang Qingyun was filled with smiles. Everything went according to his plan without any mistakes. Why the trouble? Suddenly, Su Zimo spoke. Before his sentence was finished, he arrived before Fang Qingyun in a flash and attacked in front of everyone's shocked gazes. Su Zimo's palm seemed to have transformed into a gigantic hand that blanketed the skies as it crushed down on Fang Qingyun's head. Fang Qingyun's pupils constricted in shock. He had predicted almost everything and accounted for most variables. However, he had not expected that Su Zimo would dare to attack him in the academy. Furthermore, it was in front of everyone. Chapter 2476, 2476 Powerful Suppression. 2476 Powerful Suppression. Fang Qingyun was completely unprepared. By the time he reacted, Su Zimo had already closed in and covered the skies with his palm, sealing all his escape route. Instantly, countless thoughts flashed through Fang Qingyun's mind. How is this possible? I'm a grade 9 heaven immortal, the number 1 of the inner sect and ranked 10 on the heaven ranking prediction. How would Su Zimo dare to do this? A private fight in the academy in front of everyone and a blatant violation of sect rules? After the initial shock, Fang Qingyun's eyes flashed with excitement. Since that's the case, it would make sense for me to retaliate and kill you. Initially, Fang Qingyun had some reservations when he challenged Su Zimo to a sword discourse arena challenge. If he had truly killed Su Zimo on the sword discourse arena, he would have been punished even with senior brother Yu Hua's protection. However, the current situation seemed to be even more perfect than he had imagined. You have a death wish. A cold glint flashed through Fang Qingyun's eyes as he conjured hand seals with both hands and released his teleportation divine power. He was prepared to avoid Su Zimo's sharpness for the time being and distance himself before counterattacking. His combat experience was way too rich and his methods were brilliant. It was definitely not a fluke that he was able to stand out among the hundreds of thousands of inner sect disciples of the academy and become the number 1 of the inner sect. Although Su Zimo had the advantage, Fang Qingyun composed himself rapidly and made a judgment in a flash without panicking. Su Zimo's attack was way too ferocious and his aura was torrential, there was no need for him to take it head-on. Furthermore, the fact that Su Zimo was so domineering in melee combat meant that he had a strong physique and specialized in melee combat. As Fang Qingyun released teleportation, he reached into his storage bag, prepared to summon his green cloud sword. When he saw that, Su Zimo had a mocking expression. If Fang Qingyun chose to teleport, his outcome would be decided. Teleportation was a supreme divine power and could help cultivators break free from their opponents instantly. However, it was also easy to be interrupted and reveal openings. Furthermore, once the other party predicted the landing spot after teleportation, they would definitely lose the initiative. Su Zimo did not stop in his tracks. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and released the Dragon Roar secret skill. Roar. A deafening roar burst forth from Su Zimo's mouth. Su Zimo controlled the impact of the sound domain secret skill intentionally and reduced it to a small area, focusing it on Fang Qingyun almost entirely. Fang Qingyun shuddered with a pained expression. He felt his blood chi rumble and his ears buzz. His teleportation process was interrupted. If it was any other grade 9 heaven immortal, they would have been shocked to death at this distance. It was already impressive that Fang Qingyun was not injured. Fang Qingyun's features were contorted as he tried his best to maintain his clarity. Suddenly, a bedazzling light burst forth before his eyes, emitting a shocking heat. This is bad, it's a visual technique. Fang Qingyun's heart sank. Without hesitation, he released the visual technique that he had cultivated for many years and counterattack. A green light condensed in his eyes and burst forth. Boom! The two visual techniques collided. Almost without any resistance, Su Zimo's illumination eye destroyed Fang Qingyun's visual technique with ease and pierced his eye instantly. The nether glow in Su Zimo's left eye was sealed by a dark power in the Emperor's tomb and could not release the nether glow eye. However, even if it was just the illumination eye alone, not many people had visual techniques that could take it head-on. Apart from whether or not the dharmic dows of the visual techniques were top-tier, the strength of one's visual technique also relied on the foundation of their body and bloodline. Up till this point of his cultivation, Su Zimo's illumination eye had only been suppressed by Yun Ting's visual technique once in the Emperor's tomb. Nobody else was worth a mention. One of Fang Qingyun's eyes was severely injured as he let out a tragic cry. In melee combat, Su Zimo released sound domains and visual techniques consecutively, breaking through Fang Qingyun's defense. Fang Qingyun no longer had time to summon his green cloud sword and could only raise his arm, wanting to defend against Su Zimo's palm. However, his body was far inferior compared to the green lotus true body that cultivated many secret skills. Bang! Su Zimo's heavenly encompassing palm collided with Fang Qingyun's arm with a dull sound of defeat. Fang Qingyun felt a sharp pain in his arms. Shatter! Su Zimo's gaze intensified as he exhaled and exerted strength in his palm once more, suppressing down viciously. Crack! 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 The jarring sound of bones cracking could be heard. Su Zimo crushed Fang Qingyun's arms and his palm descended instantly, landing on the top of the latter's head. Thud! An unstoppable terrifying force came from above his head and Fang Qingyun could not withstand it at all. His legs went limp and he knelt on the ground. Su Zimo's gaze was cold as he closed his fingers. Clang! Clang! Sharp fingernails popped out from his fingertips like sabers and swords, ready to break Fang Qingyun's skull at any moment. A tremendous amount of heaven and earth essence qi surged into Fang Qingyun's consciousness and sealed his essence spirit. Although he had countless divine powers and secret skills, he could not release them. Pest! It was only then that the surrounding crowd reacted. Gasps could be heard from the crowd. The entire academy was in an uproar. Heaven and Earth Academy's number 1 of the inner sect, senior brother Fang, who was ranked 10 on the heaven ranking prediction, was suppressed by Su Zimo, a grade 6 heaven immortal. It was too fast. The entire process took less than 3 breaths. Everything happened so suddenly and it ended even faster. Fang Qingyun was almost completely defenseless and his eye was blinded by Su Zimo. His arms were shattered by a single palm strike, was forced to kneel on the ground. Even though everyone witnessed everything personally, they were still shocked and in disbelief. There was only a bloody hole left in one of Fang Qingyun's eyes. His other eye revealed endless humiliation and hatred as he grit his teeth. Su Zimo, you attacked me outside the sword discourse arena. You're dead. If nothing went wrong, Su Zimo would be severely punished for violating the sect rules. If senior brother Yu Hua was willing to step in and add fuel to the fire, Su Zimo's outcome would definitely be even worse. However, no matter what, Fang Qingyun had already lost all face after today. Su Zimo sneered and exerted strength in his palm, pulling Fang Qingyun's disheveled hair towards Dao Yao. Suddenly, Fang Qingyun felt a sharp pain above his head, as though his scalp was about to be torn off by Su Zimo. He could not help but cry out. When Dao Yao saw that, he was at a loss as to what to do. It's over, it's over. Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Liu Ping exchanged glances with ashen expressions. Senior brother Su is still way too reckless. Liu Ping wanted to cry. Under the gazes of countless disciples of the academy, Su Zimo openly violated the sect rules and attacked Fang Qingyun. Even if they were in the right initially, it was useless now. The consequences were way too dire. Even if senior brother Su was the in-name disciple of sect master of the academy, he would definitely be severely punished by the academy. At best, he would be kicked out of the academy. At worst, his cultivation could even be crippled. In the distant skies, two figures stood. It was Sword Immortal Yu Hua and Xiao Li who had rushed over from the legacy ground. When Sword Immortal Yu Hua saw that, he smiled gently and said leisurely, "Seems like there's no need for us to step in. Senior brother, should we go over and save junior brother Fang?" Xiao Li asked. "There's no need to." Sword Immortal Yu Hua had a cold expression and smirked. The more miserable junior brother Fang is, the worse Su Zimo's outcome will be. Why should we interfere? Chapter 2477 Apologize. 2477 Apologize. Su Zimo, what are you doing? Fang Qingyun's hair was pulled by Su Zimo and he staggered. His face was covered in blood and his single eye gradually revealed a hint of fear. Suddenly, he realized that the person he was facing could not be dealt with common sense. This person was a lunatic. Fang Qingyun thought that he was unparalleled in his wisdom and wit. He predicted everything like a god and no one and nothing could escape his calculations. Back then, Yang Ruoxu was schemed against by him and was almost crippled. However, he could not predict what Su Zimo was up to. Furthermore, he had already suffered a few losses in Su Zimo's hands. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo had already arrived before Dao Yarrow with Fang Qingyun. Su Zimo pushed down with his palm and Fang Qingyun could not defend against it. With a thud, he knelt on the ground once more and felt a sharp pain. Just as Fang Qingyun was about to curse, he realized that Su Zimo had squatted down as well. The two of them faced one another. Fang Qingyun felt chills run down his spine when he met with Su Zimo's cold gaze and he swallowed the words he was about to say. "Fang Qingyun, you're truly getting more despicable." With a dark expression, Su Zimo said, "If you want to deal with me, come look for me directly. You bullied a Dao child of mine instead. Are you worthy of being the number one of the inner sect?" This time round, Su Zimo was truly enraged. Although Dao Yarrow was safe and sound, that was because he had Yunju's badge. If not for that badge, Dao Yarrow might have died. Many disciples of the academy watched from the side. Naturally, Fang Qingyun was unwilling to show weakness. Taking a deep breath of air, he braced himself and said, "Su Zimo, tell me what you want to do. If I'm afraid of you, I'm not worthy of being a disciple of the academy." Fang Qingyun knew very well that with the huge commotion here, the disciplinary elder of the inner sect and senior brother Yu Hua could arrive at any moment. As long as he could buy some time, he would be able to escape successfully. At that time, Su Zimo would die. "Don't be nervous." Su Zimo looked at Fang Qingyun, who looked fierce on the surface but was cowardly on the inside. Suddenly, he smiled and patted the latter on the face. "Since you bullied Dao Yarrow with your numbers and forced him to bow and apologize to you guys, I'll let you apologize to him now. That's fine, right? You want me to apologize to your servant?" Fang Qingyun sneered and spat. "Dream on. It's fine." Su Zimo smiled. "If you don't know how to apologize, I can teach you." Before his sentence was finished, the smile on Su Zimo's face had already vanished. Suddenly, he exerted strength in his palm and pushed down Fang Qingyun's head, smashing it onto the ground. Dong! Fang Qingyun's forehead smashed onto the ground with a crisp sound. By the time he raised his head, his forehead was already mangled and white bones could even be seen faintly. "Su!" Fang Qingyun was enraged and was about to curse. Dong! Su Zimo pushed down his head and smashed it onto the ground once more. This time round, Fang Qingyun was dizzy from the smash and could not speak at all. Dong! 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 Su Zimo pushed down Fang Qingyun's head and made him kowtow 9 times in front of Dao Yarrow before stopping. By the time Fang Qingyun was lifted up by Su Zimo again, his face was already filled with blood and he was in an extremely miserable state. His original appearance could not be seen. The massive square was silent. Many disciples of the academy looked at this scene in shock. The number one inner sect disciple of the academy, senior brother Fang, was forced to kowtow 9 times to a Dao child. Senior brother Su is already so protective of a mere Dao child. Wouldn't it be a blessing if I could become best friends with senior brother Su? Isn't senior brother Su way too protective? Many cultivators lamented and looked at Dao Yarrow with envy. Cough, cough. Fang Qingyun coughed out a mouthful of blood and said weakly, Mingzhe, Guo Yuan, what are you guys waiting for? Su Zimo committed an unforgivable crime of harming fellow sect mates. All disciples of the academy can join forces to kill him. The 1,000 academy disciples who were initially following Fang Qingyun were shocked by the scene before them and froze on the spot without any reaction. At that moment, when they heard Fang Qingyun's cry for help, everyone's heart skipped a beat and they snapped out of their stupor. Instantly, 1,000 disciples of the academy took out their divine weapons and dharmic treasures and aimed them at Su Zimo. They conjured hand seals and were ready to strike. Su Zimo, you're unforgivable. You ignored sect rules and harmed your fellow sect mates. Your crimes are unpardonable. Su Zimo, don't think that you can be so arrogant just because you've condensed the 10th stone step of the Dao Heart Stairs. Today, you've broken a few rules in succession. We have enough reason to kill you. Their leader, Mingzhe and Guo Yuan, were both grade 9 heaven immortals as they hollered righteously. Hold on. Right then, the number 1 beauty of the inner sect, Yang Binjing, rushed into the square with a furious expression. She looked at Su Zimo with a hint of worry and said softly, Senior brother Su, why aren't you letting go yet? Hurry and go admit your mistakes to the sect master. Yang Binjing was actually reminding Su Zimo to escape from this place. Su Zimo had long made plans and was naturally fearless. He merely looked up at Mingzhe, Guo Yuan and the others with a disdainful expression and sneered, whoever dares to attack me will end up like Fang Qingyun. How arrogant! How audacious! The academy disciples on the other end berated with enraged expressions. Even the surrounding cultivators frowned, feeling that Su Zimo was way too brazen. Mingzhe harumphed coldly. Su Zimo, you're only a grade 6 heaven immortal. You only managed to take down senior brother Fang because he was caught unprepared. What's there to be arrogant about? That's right. Guo Yuan said coldly, there are 1,000 heaven immortals here on our side. If we attack at the same time and send a single dharmic treasure, divine power or secret skill each, you'll definitely die. How dare you threaten us? This is bad. Something big has happened. Right then, a disciple of the academy was speeding over from the distant horizon. He held the heaven ranking prediction in his hands and shouted with a panicked expression. Junior brother Zhao, what happened? In the crowd, an inner sect disciple of the academy walked forward and stopped junior brother Zhao. Junior brother Zhao was shocked when he saw so many people gathered below. Panting slightly, he said, Absolute Thunder City of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom was destroyed by someone. The entire Absolute Thunder City was burned to the ground and turned into ruins. Prince Yuan Zhuo was killed and more than 200 heaven execution guards in the city died. In Absolute Thunder City, only slightly more than 200 out of more than 1,000 heaven immortal experts managed to escape. What? Pest. Many disciples of the academy were shocked. Who would dare to do such a thing? Killing a prince of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom, hundreds of heaven immortals and even incinerating a city of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom was almost equivalent to declaring war on the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. Who did it? Could it be a massive invasion from the Fiend domain? A few disciples of the academy asked hurriedly. IITs. Junior brother Zhao stammered. His eyes were filled with fear, as though he was still in shock. Speak. Everyone urged. Junior brother Zhao gulped. It was senior brother Su of our academy. Someone from the academy? Senior brother Su? Which senior brother Su? Many disciples of the academy were stunned and asked instinctively. Junior brother Zhao said, it's senior brother Su Zimo of the inner sect. Chapter 2478 Ranking Update. 2478 Ranking Update. Upon hearing that, many academy disciples turned around and countless gazes landed on Su Zimo at almost the same time. Senior brother Su destroyed Absolute Thunder City of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom single-handedly. Everyone had different expressions. Some were surprised, some were shocked, and some were skeptical. That can't be, right? Although senior brother Su has a feud with Prince Yuanzhe, he's only a grade 6 heaven immortal. How could he have headed to the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom alone to kill Prince Yuanzhe and incinerate a city? Even if senior brother Su has the ability to destroy Absolute Thunder City, how did he escape from the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom? Initially, Ming Zhe, Guo Yuan and the others were about to attack Su Zimo. However, they were secretly alarmed when they heard the news and did not dare to act rashly with wary expressions. Although everyone could not believe it either, such an important piece of news should not have been fabricated. If that was true and Su Zimo could destroy Absolute Thunder City single-handedly and kill hundreds of Heaven Immortal experts, the group of them would not be enough to deal with here. This also meant that Su Zimo's threat earlier on was not a bluff. A disciple of the academy asked with a frown, "Is this for real?" Junior brother Zhao nodded hurriedly. "It's absolutely true. News of it has already spread in the divine firmament immortal domain. Why are you holding the heaven ranking prediction?" Another person asked. Junior brother Zhao said, "Senior brother Su became famous after that single battle and is already on the heaven ranking prediction. What's his rank?" 17. Many disciples of the academy were shocked. As a grade 6 heaven immortal, he was ranked 17 on the heaven ranking prediction. Apart from Fang Qingyun, Su Zimo was the second highest ranked heaven immortal in Heaven and Earth Academy and was even above Yang Binjing. What was even more ironic was that the number one of the inner sect of the academy, Fang Qingyun, who was ranked 10 on the heaven ranking prediction, was now covered in blood and his hair was disheveled. He was helpless in Su Zimo's hands. Even Su Zimo was surprised when he heard the ranking, let alone others. Apart from Prince Yuanzhe, who was on the heaven ranking prediction, there were no other top-tier heaven immortal experts in Absolute Thunder City. Although the commotion caused by that battle was not small, it could not reflect anything. Under normal circumstances, any one of the paragons who could be ranked in the top 70 of the heaven ranking prediction should possess the same capabilities. It was just that none of them had the guts to do what he did. Initially, Su Zimo thought that his rank on the heaven ranking prediction would not exceed 60 after that battle. To think that he would now be ranked 17 on the heaven ranking prediction. Yang Binjing composed herself and frowned slightly, saying in confusion, "Even if senior brother Su destroyed Absolute Thunder City, his ranking can't be so high, right?" "Senior sister Yang is right," junior brother Zhao said. "The reason why senior brother Su is ranked 17 is because of another battle." Pausing for a moment, junior brother Zhao said hesitantly, "Yes, to be precise, that can't exactly be considered a battle." Everyone was at a loss. "Reflect the latest heaven ranking prediction in your hands in midair and show us," Ming Zhe said in a deep voice. Junior brother Zhao hurriedly cast a spell and unrolled the newly produced heaven ranking prediction. He reflected the contents in midair and it was extremely clear. Everyone took a rough glance. The initial heaven ranking prediction was released not long ago and not much had changed in this version. The most obvious was that Prince Yuanzhe was already removed from the heaven ranking prediction. As for the 17th spot on the heaven ranking prediction, it had indeed been changed to Su Zimo's name. Name, Su Zimo. Level, Grade 6 Heaven Immortal. Identity, Inner Sect Disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy, successor of Astral Sect's Secret Skill and successor of the Pure Jade Manual. After the confrontation at Songyun Mountain, it was no longer a secret that Su Zimo possessed the Pure Jade Manual. Battle record, 8,000 years ago, when he was a Grade 5 Heaven Immortal, he used a time divine power and defeated the number 1 Heaven Immortal of Langfeng City in the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain. After cultivating to become a Grade 6 Heaven Immortal, he exited seclusion and infiltrated Absolute Thunder City alone, killing Prince Yuanzhe and hundreds of Heaven Immortal experts. He burned Absolute Thunder City to the ground and escaped unscathed. To be fair, in terms of his battle records, there were only 2 battles that were not eye-catching. Many experts on the heaven ranking prediction had at least a dozen battle records alone. Some of them even had 100 battles with tens of thousands of words written densely. It was extremely shocking. Compared to the top 20 heaven immortals, Suzumo's achievements were far inferior. In fact, he was slightly weaker than Yang Binjing, who was ranked 43. Many disciples of the academy frowned with puzzled expressions, not knowing how Suzumo could be ranked 17. Everyone continued browsing. The final part was the Divine Firmament Palace's evaluation of Suzumo by the perfected immortals who managed the heaven ranking. Unexpectedly, the evaluation section was extremely detailed and took up a lot of space. It far surpassed other cultivators. Evaluation. This lad was already famous when he was an Earth Immortal and obtained the top of the Earth ranking. He has immense potential and many trump cards. He has no obvious weaknesses in terms of divine powers, dharmic arts, and melee combat. He's in control of the heaven and earth slaying sword arts, a sound domain secret skill that's similar to a dragon roar and the true dragon 9 flashes. He specializes in a divine power secret skill that can increase one's strength and knows the exalted mystic spirit Big Dipper True Sutra. His essence spirit is extremely strong and far surpasses his peers. Furthermore, he has mastered many essence spirit secret skills. Although this lad displayed his powerful combat strength of the Heaven Immortal realm after the 2 battles in Absolute Thunder City and Langfeng City, his cultivation realm isn't high and is only a grade 6 Heaven Immortal. Therefore, the upper limit of his Heaven ranking prediction won't be too high. In the first version of the Heaven ranking prediction, it was precisely because Yun Ting was a grade 8 Heaven Immortal and had not cultivated to the peak of the Heaven Immortal realm that he was ranked 3rd. In the Heaven ranking predictions ranking, comprehensive strength was evaluated and cultivation realm was an extremely important criterion. The evaluation given by the Divine Firmament Palace was not over yet and everyone continued reading. However, in the vicinity of Tsungyun Mountain, this lad managed to avoid Zhu Wuying's fatal attack and survive. This is not considered as a battle, so it's not recorded in the battle records. If not for that assassination attempt, this lad's ranking should be between 65 and 70. However, because he avoided this assassination attempt, all of us think that he should be in the top 20 of the heaven ranking. The Divine Firmament Palace's evaluation of Suzumo only ended here. The perfected immortals of the Divine Firmament Palace roughly recounted the reason for the ranking. However, many disciples of the academy were still confused. Who is Zhu Wuying? Many inner sect disciples of the academy did not know who Zhu Wuying was, nor did they understand how his ranking could be raised so much after avoiding an assassination attempt. Someone was speechless. Zhu Wuying, one of the 3 great sword immortals of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. The other 2 are Chunfeng Jian of Imperial Wind Temple and senior brother Yu Hua of our academy. Think about it. If senior brother Yu Hua attacked you, what are the chances of you surviving? At that point, everyone gradually realized why the Divine Firmament Palace had such a high evaluation of this assassination attempt that was not in the battle record. An assassination attempt raised Suzumo's ranking on the heaven ranking prediction by a full 50 spot. That's not all. Another person said, Zhu Wuying, also known as the Shadowless Sword, is the most terrifying assassin among the perfected immortals of the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain. The sword is invisible and silent. Once the Shadowless Sword strikes, even a Paradise Void perfected immortal will most likely die. Chapter 2479, 2479 Punishing Evil. 2479 Punishing Evil. High in the skies. Sword Immortal Yu Hua frowned slightly. The development of the situation on the other side had exceeded his expectations. Xiao Li grinned slightly. Suzumo sure has some skills. To think that he managed to escape from the Shadowless Sword. Xiao Li knew that even he did not have the confidence to survive against the Shadowless Sword. Sword Immortal Yu Hua harumphed coldly. It's just a fluke. Zhu Wuying must have been underestimating him. If he attacks with his full strength, how can that lad survive? That's right. Xiao Li agreed hurriedly. In reality, for a top-tier assassin like Zhu Wuying, he would give it his all no matter how strong or weak his opponent was. Even when fighting a rabbit, a lion would give it its all to ensure that nothing went wrong. Sword Immortal Yu Hua and Xiao Li did not know that not only had Zhu Wuing attacked with his full strength, he had even suffered a huge loss. Because of Su Zimo's counterattack, Zhu Wuing lost an entire 60,000 years of lifespan. At that time, Su Zimo and Zhu Wuing were the only ones who sensed it. If the perfected immortals of the Divine Firmament Palace knew about this, Su Zimo's ranking would probably increase even further and he would be in the top 10 of the heaven ranking prediction. Senior brother, look over there. An inner sect disciplinary elder has arrived. Xiao Li pointed to the east before his expression changed. Yang Ruoxu is here too. Come, let's head over too. Yu Hua strode forward unhurriedly. What's going on? Elder Chen, a disciplinary elder of the inner sect, descended and his expression darkened when he saw that. When Ming Zhe and Guo Yuan saw Elder Chen appear, they hurried forward and recounted the entire process one after another. Su Zimo, hurry and release him. Elder Chen said sternly, private fights are not allowed in the academy. You've already violated sect rules by attacking Fang Qingyun. Furthermore, you're so ruthless and injured him so badly. Hurry and kneel down to admit to your crimes. The other disciples of the academy remained silent. Everyone saw that Su Zimo was indeed the one who attacked first and it was irrefutable. If Su Zimo was punished according to the sect rules, he would definitely lose his cultivation. Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Liu Ping were anxious but could not think of any solution. Su Zimo was the only one with a calm expression. When he saw the disciplinary elder appear, he had no intention of letting Fang Qingyun off and said indifferently, Elder Chen, you came at the right time. I'm not harming my fellow sect mates, but punishing evil for the academy. Bullshit. Ming Zhe hollered, everyone was watching and there were countless fellow sect mates as witnesses. Furthermore, Elder Chen is here and can see everything clearly. How dare you distort the facts? Su Zimo, not only did you ambush and harm senior brother Fang, you're even slandering him as an evildor. Guo Yuan sneered as well, you're truly vicious. Not only did you try to kill him, you're trying to frame him as well. Indeed. Senior brother Su was the one who attacked first. However, the reason was because senior brother Fang wanted to cause trouble for the Dao child. In his rage, senior brother Su could not control himself. So what? Senior brother Su was the one who ignored the sect rules and attacked senior brother Fang first. Many cultivators in the crowd spoke one after another. Elder Chen listened for a while and understood. With a dark expression, he said slowly, Su Zimo, if you don't let him go, don't blame me for suppressing you personally. The inner sect disciplinary elder's cultivation was at the perfected one realm. Naturally, Su Zimo could not defend against the attack of a perfected immortal. If not for the fact that Elder Chen was wary of Su Zimo's status as the in-name disciple of the sect master, he would have attacked long ago. Elder Chen, junior brother Su is right. Right then, Yang Ruoxu walked over. It's not an exaggeration to say that Fang Qingyun is an evildor. Junior brother Su's attack this time round can't be considered as a violation of sect rules. A legacy disciple had appeared. Elder Chen frowned. This matter seemed to have exceeded his capabilities. However, he still asked in a deep voice, Yang Ruoxu, what do you mean by that? Yang Ruoxu said in a deep voice, about 2,000 years ago, I was traveling outside but was severely injured and nearly died. I'm sure everyone knows about this. Many disciples of the academy nodded. At that time, everyone thought that Yang Ruoxu would not be able to survive the calamity. Unexpectedly, Su Zimo found a Soraka fruit out of nowhere. Instead, Yang Ruoxu benefited from the misfortune and broke through to the perfected one realm, ascending to the heavens in a single bound and joining the legacy ground of the academy. When he heard that, Fang Qingyun's single eye was already flustered. Yang Ruoxu said, at that time, I was surrounded by Pang Yi of the Pang clan, Prince Yuan Zue and the Heaven Execution Guards of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom, Heaven Immortal Gui Yuan of Flying Immortal Sect, Xie Tianhong of the Yang Yang Immortal Kingdom and many other experts of their 4 factions. Fang Qingyun was the one who leaked my location and plotted everything behind the scenes. His words seemed to have caused 1,000 layers of waves, causing a commotion in the crowd. If what Yang Ruoxu said was true, It would be too light to say that Fang Qingyun was an Evildor. This was an alliance with an external faction to plot against and kill fellow sect mates. It was many times worse than a private fight in the academy and was a crime punishable by death. Fu. Right then, a sneer sounded not far away. Sword Immortal Yu Hua and Xiao Li had already arrived. 2 more legacy disciples had appeared. Elder Chen felt a headache coming on. He was an inner sect disciplinary elder and could only supervise inner sect disciples. He did not have the rights to control legacy disciples. Xiao Li raised his voice. Junior brother Yang is spouting nonsense without any evidence. Isn't it way too childish to frame fellow sect mates like this? According to what you said, you were severely injured when you were surrounded by the 4 factions. If Fang Qingyun was plotting behind the scenes, why would he let you return alive? Yang Ruoxu said, that's because Fang Qingyun's true goal was to deal with Junior Brother Su. Junior Brother Su is the in-name disciple of the sect master. They only dare to lay their hands on Junior Brother Su after he leaves the divine firmament immortal domain. Most of the disciples of the academy were shocked and discussed fervently. They could not accept such shocking news within a short period of time. In the crowd, Yang Binjing was the only one with her head lowered, not surprised by his words. Back when Fang Qingyun revealed his plan, he was rather smug. At that time, she and Tang Peng were both present. However, Tang Peng was already dead by now. Piak. Sword Immortal Yu Hua clapped his hands. Junior brother Yang, you've made up this story well. You must have put in a lot of effort, right? Yang Ruoxu looked at Sword Immortal Yu Hua fearlessly and said in a deep voice, I won't lie about something like this. In reality, if it was anyone else, everyone from the academy would have their doubts. However, most of the people in the academy believed it if it was said by Yang Ruoxu. Everyone knew that Yang Ruoxu cultivated the Righteousness Sutra and was filled with righteousness. If he were to lie about this matter, his cultivation would be crippled. Actually. Right then, a weak voice sounded from the square. Senior brother Yang is telling the truth. Although the voice was weak, it attracted countless gazes. The person who spoke was Yang Binjing. Her face was pale as she said that. She was under immense pressure and must have mustered great courage to do it. Many cultivators knew that Yang Binjing had once followed Fang Qingyun. Her words carried a lot of weight. If Fang Qingyun had truly done those things, not only would Su Zimo not break the sect rules by attacking him, he would even have done a great deed for the academy to eliminate this rat. Chapter 2480, 2480 Death of Qingyun. 2480 Death of Qingyun. Junior sister Yang. When Fang Qingyun heard the voice of Yang Binjing, his single eye was filled with dread as he grit his teeth. What did you just say? Yang Binjing's lips quivered as she said softly, Senior brother Fang, now that things have come to this. Bitch, shut up. As though he had suffered a huge blow, Fang Qingyun cursed like a lunatic. Su Zimo looked at Elder Chen and the surrounding disciples of the academy and said indifferently, since you guys want evidence, I'll give it to you right now. The moment he said that, Su Zimo exerted strength in his palm and captured Fang Qingyun's essence spirit. Before everyone could react, Su Zimo used the soul-searching art on Fang Qingyun. At the same time, he released a dharmic art and displayed Fang Qingyun's memories for everyone present to see. Su Zimo, you. When Elder Chen saw that, he was shocked, but it was too late for him to stop him. Even if he attacked now and stopped Su Zimo, Fang Qingyun's essence spirit was already irreversibly injured. The other cultivators were shocked as well. They had not expected Su Zimo to be so decisive and ferocious as to use the soul-searching art on Fang Qingyun. That action was equivalent to executing Fang Qingyun in front of everyone. Elder Chen's expression was terrible as he said slowly, Su Zimo, do you know what price you have to pay if you don't find any evidence in Fang Qingyun's memories? Look, it appeared. Everyone pointed to the scene that appeared in midair and exclaimed. Seems like Senior Brother Fang was indeed the one plotting behind the scenes to join forces with outsiders to kill our fellow sect mates. There's also Tang Peng inside. However, I heard that he died outside for some reason 2,000 years ago. He doesn't even have a corpse left. How dare you call him senior brother Fang? Fang Qingyun is a sinner and traitor of our academy, and everyone has the right to punish him. It was no wonder why he wanted to cause trouble for senior brother Su. So, it was because senior brother Su knew his secret. That's why that dog wanted to silence senior brother Su. Thankfully, senior brother Su was decisive to kill and suppressed him first. Otherwise, who knows how much trouble he would bring to the academy. Countless innocent fellow sect mates would have been harmed by him. Many disciples of the academy came to a realization when they saw Fang Qingyun's memories. Ming Zhe, Guo Yuan, and the other followers of Fang Qingyun were flustered as well. Ming Zhe laughed dryly. We did not expect that senior brother Fang Qingyun would be such a person. P2E. Guo Yuan spat in Fang Qingyun's direction and scolded, I must have been blind to follow you for so long. Actually, I've long noticed that something was amiss with Fang Qingyun. I've been by Fang Qingyun's side and endured humiliation the entire time because I wanted to collect some evidence of his crimes. To think that senior brother Su would expose him today. Some of the academy disciples who almost attacked Su Zimo earlier on changed their attitudes even faster than flipping a book. They hurriedly drew a clear line with Fang Qingyun and revealed ugly expressions. The other disciples of the academy looked at Su Zimo with conflicted expressions and lamented. Earlier on, they thought that Su Zimo was just an irrational brute who ignored the sect rules and attacked Fang Qingyun when he saw his Dao child humiliated. It was only at that moment that they realized that from the moment Su Zimo attacked, he was already prepared and planned everything. Fang Qingyun must have planned this for a long time. However, he had not expected Su Zimo's counterattack to be so domineering that it crushed him with ease, causing his reputation to be ruined and his life to be on the verge of extinction. In less than 2 hours, Fang Qingyun fell from the number 1 position of the inner sect and was smashed into pieces. From this day forth, the inner sect of the academy would undergo a complete change. The soul-searching art was over and Fang Qingyun's essence spirit was dim. His life force was weak and he did not have long to live. In his final period of lucidity, he saw his former followers pointing and cursing at him. Not far away, Sword Immortal Yu Hua's face was cold. Everything crushed him completely. Cracks appeared on Fang Qingyun's essence spirit. Right in front of everyone, his soul dispersed and he died. The massive square was silent. Many disciples of the academy lamented internally. Who would have thought that a conflict between Dao servants would end up in such a state for Fang Qingyun, who was number 1 of the inner sect and predicted to be ranked 10 on the heaven ranking prediction? Elder Chen composed himself and coughed gently to attract everyone's attention before saying, All right, this matter is over. Disciples, please disperse. Hold on. Right then, Sword Immortal Yu Hua suddenly spoke. Many academy disciples could not help but feel their hearts skip a beat when they realized that Sword Immortal Yu Hua had an unfriendly expression. Was there going to be a further development to this episode? That was not impossible. It was no secret that Fang Qingyun was a follower of Sword Immortal Yu Hua. Sword Immortal Yu Hua said coldly, Fang Qingyun joined forces with outsiders and harmed his fellow sect mates. It's only right for him to be killed. At that point, he paused for a moment and changed the topic. However, just because Fang Qingyun was a sinner of the academy does not mean that others can muddle through and escape punishment from the academy as well. Senior brother Yu Hua, you seem to be implying something. Who are you referring to? Is there a need to ask? It must be senior brother Yang Ruoxu. The two of them have been on bad terms for many years because of senior sister Mo Qing. Don't you know? Some disciples of the academy discussed softly. Elder Chen was on the verge of tears as he lamented internally. He truly could not interfere in the conflicts between legacy disciples. Although they were all perfected immortals, he was already in his twilight years and any legacy disciple's combat strength was above his. Yang Ruoxu looked at Sword Immortal Yu Hua with a calm expression. Senior brother Yu Hua, let's not beat around the bush. Who are you referring to? Why don't you say it? Junior brother Yang, there's no need to be nervous. Sword Immortal Yu Hua smiled indifferently. I'm not referring to you, but Su Zimo. Yang Ruoxu frowned slightly. Initially, He thought that sword Immortal Yuhua was going to make things difficult for him. However, he was forthcoming and had never done anything shameful. Naturally, he was not afraid of anything. He had not expected sword Immortal Yuhua to change directions and target Suzimo instead. The disciples of the academy were at a loss as well, not understanding what sword Immortal Yuhua meant. Suzimo raised his head slightly and looked at sword Immortal Yuhua, saying indifferently, "Yuhua, there's no need to beat around the bush. Muddle through? You can just say what you mean. Suzimo, even at this point, you're still pretending." Xiao Li hollered, "You've long betrayed Heaven and Earth Academy and joined the Fiend Domain." The moment he said that, the entire place fell into an uproar. Such a crime was extremely serious and was definitely not inferior to Fang Qingyun's actions. Betraying the sect and joining the Fiend Domain, no matter which immortal sect or immortal kingdom in the Nine Firmament Immortal Domain it was, they would definitely be cleaned up and killed on the spot if they were discovered. Chapter 2481, 2481 Failure of Yuhua. 2481 Failure of Yuhua. Yang Ruoxu frowned when he heard that and said in a deep voice, "Senior brother Xiao, betraying the sect to join the Fiend Domain is a grave crime. You can't spout nonsense like that. Since I dare to say it, I naturally have absolute confidence." Xiao Li sneered and glared at Suzimo, shouting, "Suzimo, tell me, where did your Dao child come from? What are you trying to say?" Suzimo asked expressionlessly. When he saw Suzimo's reaction, Xiao Li was relieved. "It's fine even if you don't say it, I'll tell everyone. The Dao child beside you is the Dao child of the sect master of the Fiend Domain's Tianhuang sect. He's the Dao child of Desolate Marshal." Suzimo was expressionless. At that time, Langfeng City was in chaos and many perfected immortals were only concerned about escaping from the pursuit of the martial Dao Prime body. It was impossible for anyone to see him return with Dao Yarrow. Xiao Li's words did not cause much of a reaction in the crowd. Most of the academy disciples were confused. How was this child named Dao Yarrow related to Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain? When Xiao Li saw that no one had any reaction, he explained hurriedly, "The Battle of Langfeng City in the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain happened because a Dao child of Desolate Marshal was captured. At that time, Suzimo happened to appear in Langfeng City. Before this, Suzimo had never had a servant by his side. However, after he returned, he had a Dao child by his side. Therefore, this Dao Yarrow is the Dao child of the Fiend Domain's Desolate Marshal." Many academy disciples rolled their eyes in disapproval. Everyone thought that Xiao Li was so confident because he had strong evidence. To think that he would forcefully combine the two matters and come to a conclusion that was filled with nonsense. A disciple of the academy whispered, "Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain went on a massacre in Langfeng City to save his Dao child. But in the end, he left happily and abandoned his Dao child there. Perhaps Desolate Marshal's memory isn't good and he forgot that he was there to save someone. That was how senior brother Su managed to pick up this kid," another person chimed in. A few cultivators at the side could not help but laugh. A disciple of the academy pouted. "If Dao Yarrow is truly Desolate Marshal's Dao child, why hasn't Desolate Marshal done anything after so many years?" Another person added, "Given the character of Desolate Marshal from the Fiend Domain, if he knew about this, shouldn't he have charged into our Divine Firmament Immortal Domain like a mad dog? Most importantly, if his Desolate Marshal's Dao child, why would Dao Yarrow be willing to stay by senior brother Su's side? Could he have been moved by senior brother Su?" Someone else could not help but laugh. The cultivators at the side suppressed their laughter and their faces flushed red. To everyone, Xiao Li's speculation was a joke. Suzimo smiled without saying anything. When he saw the reactions of the many disciples of the academy, Xiao Li panicked and looked awkward. He knew that there were many loopholes in this matter. However, since he had already decided to target Suzimo, he could only grit his teeth and continue, "Everyone, I'm not done yet. The fact that Suzimo was able to return alive after that tragic battle in Langfeng City is strange to begin with. In reality, most of the people who died in Langfeng City were perfected immortal experts. There were almost no casualties among the other innocent people. Without waiting for everyone to react, Xiao Li continued hurriedly, "There's only a single possibility. Su Zimo has already submitted to Desolate Marshal and became a chess piece that Desolate Marshal buried in our academy. That's the reason why Su Zimo brought Desolate Marshal's Dao Child back." This time round, before everyone from the academy could speak, Elder Chen could not take it anymore. Elder Chen coughed gently. "Xiao Li, do you have any evidence? If not, I think everyone should." To Elder Chen, Xiao Li's guess was way too ridiculous. Xiao Li was stumped by Elder Chen and was helpless. Instinctively, he looked at Sword Immortal Yu Hua beside him. "You want evidence? Easy." Sword Immortal Yu Hua smirked and swept his gaze across Dao Yao. A hint of cruelty flashed through the depths of his eyes as he moved without warning. Su Zimo's expression changed. Sword Immortal Yu Hua's attack this time round was not targeted at him. Therefore, there was no reaction from his spirit perception. It was too fast. Sword Immortal Yu Hua's target was Dao Yao. A top-tier perfected immortal like Sword Immortal Yu Hua attacked a heaven immortal. Without the help of his spirit perception, Su Zimo could not react at all. He pulled Dao Yao hurriedly and wanted to dodge to the side. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. Buzz! Sword Immortal Yu Hua arrived beside Dao Yao and reached out to grab the latter. However, right then, a change happened. The badge on Dao Yao's waist suddenly shone with a strange light that protected him. Sword Immortal Yu Hua felt a sharp pain in his palm and could not touch Dao Yao. With that slight delay, Su Zimo seized the opportunity to pull Dao Yao to retreat. At the same time, Yang Ruoxu descended as well. Wielding the righteousness sword, he was righteous and his gaze was sharp as he blocked Sword Immortal Yu Hua in front of him. Sword Immortal Yu Hua frowned slightly. He had failed. The light that the Dao Child emitted earlier on could defend against the power of a perfected immortal. Crack, crack, crack. Right then, cracks appeared on the badge on Dao Yao's waist and its glow dimmed. Although the badge blocked Sword Immortal Yu Hua's attack, it could not withstand his power and was crippled. "Yu Hua, what are you doing?" Yang Ruoxu questioned loudly. "It's nothing." Sword Immortal Yu Hua had an indifferent expression as he waved his palm and said casually, "Since everyone wants evidence, I wanted to imitate Su Zimo and search that Dao Child's soul." "You want to search the soul of an innocent person just because of your wild guesses?" Yang Ruoxu glared at him. Scram! Sword Immortal Yu Hua's expression turned cold. "I'm the leader of the Legacy Disciples. How dare you try and stop me from searching the soul of a Dao Child?" Yang Ruoxu did not retreat at all and asked, "What will you do if there's no evidence after the soul-searching art?" "If there's nothing, so be it. It just means that I was in the wrong." Sword Immortal Yu Hua sneered. "Why? Do you want me to pay with my life for a lowlife Dao Child? Even if I kill him, the disciplinary elder won't say anything, let alone the fact that I merely intended to search his soul." As the leader of the Legacy Disciples, Sword Immortal Yu Hua's power and status far surpassed others. Indeed, no one would stop him from dealing with a Dao Child. In the blink of an eye, the situation had developed to such an extent where two Legacy Disciples were in a standoff with daggers drawn. "Dao Dao, where are you?" Right then, a call sounded from afar. It was pleasant and gentle with a hint of anxiety. Everyone looked over. In midair far away, a plain-robed woman was flying over. Many cultivators merely glanced at her from afar and their eyes lit up. They could not shift their gazes away and were stunned. Chapter 2482 Misunderstanding. 2482 Misunderstanding. The woman was unfamiliar. Although she was dressed in plain clothes, she seemed to be a belle of the universe. She exuded an elegant and noble aura. A gentle breeze blew past and the woman's clothes fluttered, revealing a slender and graceful figure that made one's heart skip a beat. Although there were many female cultivators in the academy, they were instantly disadvantaged compared to this plain-robed woman. Even Yang Binjing, who was known as the #1 beauty of the inner sect, paled in comparison to this woman. "There's such a woman in the divine firmament immortal domain?" I'm afraid only senior sister Mo Ching of the Legacy Ground can be compared to her. Many disciples of the academy felt emotional when they saw the plain-robed woman. Someone sighed. Everyone says that the 4 great fairies are peerless beauties. Apart from senior sister Mo Ching, we've never seen the other 3 before. However, I think that the 3 great fairies will only live up to their reputation if they can compare to this fellow Daoist. As everyone lamented, the woman seemed to have noticed the crowd and walked over. Although there were many disciples of the academy present, there were not many who could recognize the woman. Sword Immortal Yu Hua was one of them who could. Book Immortal Yunju? Sword Immortal Yu Hua frowned slightly and murmured, "What is she doing here?" Senior brother Yu Hua, what did you just say? Xiao Li's heart skipped a beat and his pitch rose unconsciously as he asked hurriedly, "Book Immortal? One of the 4 great fairies?" Not many people heard what Sword Immortal Yu Hua said. However, everyone in the academy heard Xiao Li's shout clearly. The crowd exploded instantly, creating a huge commotion. This plain-robed woman was one of the 4 great fairies, the Book Immortal. What sort of characters were the 4 great fairies? Many disciples of the academy had never even seen painting Immortal Mo Ching before, let alone the other 3 great fairies. To think that everyone would get a chance to meet another of the 4 great fairies today, Book Immortal Yunju. Sword Immortal Yu Hua ignored Xiao Li and revealed a smile instead. He walked towards Yunju and cupped his fists. "So, it's Fairy Yunju. Why didn't you inform me beforehand so that I could welcome you personally?" Among the disciples of the academy present, Sword Immortal Yu Hua was probably the only one who could speak to Book Immortal Yunju. For example, although Yang Ruoxu and Xiao Li were also perfected immortals, they were not famous and their combat strength could not be ranked alongside the top perfected immortals. Furthermore, the 2 of them had never seen Book Immortal Yunju before and did not have any relationship with her. Yunju did not exchange pleasantries with Sword Immortal Yu Hua. Seemingly anxious, she went straight to the point. "Fellow Daoist Yu Hua, have you seen Dao Dao?" "Dao Dao." Sword Immortal Yu Hua's eyelids twitched when he heard that, feeling that something was amiss. However, he could not react in time and asked in a deep voice, "Fairy Yunju, don't be anxious. Who is this Dao Dao you're referring to and what does this person look like?" Yunju said, "He's my Dao child. He's around 8 or 9 years old and his name is Dao Yao." The smile on Sword Immortal Yu Hua's face froze and his head buzzed, turning chaotic. Yunju's Dao child, Dao Dao, was Dao Yao? This was a coincidence, right? The crowd in the square gradually quietened down as well. Countless gazes shifted to the fair-faced boy beside Su Zimo. "Princess, I am here," Dao Yao shouted timidly. Although the voice was weak, Yunju heard it clearly. She turned around hurriedly and only heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Dao Yao was safe and sound before smiling. Sword Immortal Yu Hua had an awkward expression as he coughed gently. "Fairy Yunju, I think there might be some misunderstanding." When Yunju saw Dao Yao, she was overjoyed. As though she had not heard what Sword Immortal Yu Hua said, she arrived beside Dao Yao in a flash. "Who bullied you?" Yunju asked with a frown. Her gaze landed on the shattered badge on Dao Yao's waist. Her expression darkened as she said coldly, "Who shattered the badge I gave you?" Everyone present could sense the anger in Book Immortal Yunju's heart. Furthermore, everyone could tell that the Dao child named Dao Yao was clearly someone close to Book Immortal Yunju and had nothing to do with Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain. Many academy disciples snickered internally with gloating expressions. Everyone looked at Sword Immortal Yu Hua with pity in their eyes, waiting to see how he would end up. Upon hearing Yunju's question, Dao Yao pouted and blinked his big, watery eyes. He extended her hand and pointed at Sword Immortal Yu Hua. "It's him." Yunju swept her gaze. I didn't. Sword Immortal Yu Hua explained hurriedly, "Fairy Yunju, I truly didn't know that he was your Dao child. It's all a misunderstanding." Yunju removed the badge on Dao Yao's waist and injected true essence. Although the badge was shattered, the word "Ju" still appeared faintly on it. "Misunderstanding? Look carefully, this is my personal badge." Yunju said coldly, if Dao Dao isn't my Dao child, whose Dao child is he? Princess. Dao Yarrow had an aggrieved expression as he shook Yunju's arm gently and said with tears in his eyes, that person earlier on said that I'm a Dao child of desolate martial. He even said that I'm from the fiend domain and called me a lowlife. Dao Dao, don't cry. Be good. Yunju squatted down hurriedly and held Dao Yarrow's tender cheeks with both hands, comforting him gently. Dao Yarrow was not tainted by karma and blood. His aura was pure and anyone who saw him would have a good impression of him. Furthermore, he looked obedient and innocent. His aggrieved appearance instantly aroused the sympathy of many cultivators. Everyone was indifferent to Sword Immortal Yu Hua's accusation of Dao Yarrow to begin with. After Yunju appeared, it confirmed everyone's judgment. Everyone felt a sense of pity when they saw Dao Yarrow's pitiful appearance. Even Elder Chen shook his head gently with a pained expression and sighed. Sigh, what a good child. He must have suffered immense grievances to be bullied to such an extent. Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Liu Ping stood at the side with widened eyes, stunned. Although the two of them did not know Dao Yarrow's true background, they knew that he was not Yunju's Dao child. But now, both of them almost believed the acting of this adult and child. He's changed. Liu Ping looked at Dao Yarrow and murmured softly, as though he was now knowing the latter for the first time. Su Zimo was dumbfounded as well. When he saw Yunju appear, he instantly understood her intentions. Therefore, he was relieved and did not say anything, letting her handle the matter. However, he had not expected Yunju to do such a thing with Dao Yarrow. Yunju was carefree and liked to play occasionally. Dao Yarrow was such an obedient child. To think that he would act as well and even cooperate rather well. Yunju stood up and looked at Sword Immortal Yu Hua with a cold gaze. Yu Hua, tell me, when did my Dao child become someone of desolate martial and join the fiend domain? Sword Immortal Yu Hua was stunned on the spot and looked slightly embarrassed. In his panic, he broke out in sweat. Chapter 2483 Summoned by the Sect Master. 2483 Summoned by the Sect Master. Sword Immortal Yu Hua had never dreamed that such a huge misunderstanding would happen in an initially foolproof situation. If the other party was anyone else, it would have been fine, he could not even be bothered to explain. However, the person before him was one of the four great fairies, the Book Immortal, after all. Furthermore, she was a princess of the Xian Immortal Kingdom. More importantly, he was indeed in the wrong for this matter. If word of this were to spread, it would not be good for his reputation either. When Xiao Li saw Sword Immortal Yu Hua's terrible expression, he stood out hurriedly and tried to smooth things over. It's mainly because Dao Yarrow was by Su Zimo's side that there was such a misunderstanding. Pardon me for asking, Fairy Yunju, why is your Dao child in Heaven and Earth Academy? Xiao Li was still puzzled. I heard that Su Zimo of your academy obtained a variant immortal peach tree, so I asked Dao Dao to come over and cultivate with the help of that variant immortal seedling. Is there a problem? Yunju had an indifferent expression and had long prepared an excuse. There's no problem. Xiao Li smiled embarrassedly. Yunju surveyed her surroundings and sneered, I don't understand. My Dao child is only a low-level Heaven Immortal and has never offended anyone. Why would Heaven and Earth Academy mobilize such a large force and even invite a perfected Immortal to attack him? Sword Immortal Yu Hua's heart sank. If word were to spread that Heaven and Earth Academy bullied the Dao child of Book Immortal Yunju, it would probably attract countless criticism. Sword Immortal Yu Hua said in a deep voice, this has nothing to do with the Academy. Oh. Before Sword Immortal Yu Hua could finish, Yunju interrupted him and asked, in that case, it was your idea? Sword Immortal Yu Hua had a terrible expression. After a moment of silence, he turned around and raised his palm, slapping Xiao Li viciously. Xiao Li, how many times have I told you that fellow sect mates have to trust one another? Sword Immortal Yu Hua hollered, don't spout nonsense without evidence. That slap came without any warning and Xiao Li was caught off guard, receiving a solid smack. Sword Immortal Yu Hua glared at Xiao Li and said coldly, this mistake that you made, this joke that you've caused. Settle it on your own. Xiao Li was enraged and his lungs were about to explode. Right from the beginning, this was Sword Immortal Yu Hua's idea. Now, he was the one blamed for it. Furthermore, Sword Immortal Yu Hua was clearly the one who attacked the Dao child earlier on. What did it have to do with him? However, when Xiao Li saw Sword Immortal Yu Hua's cold and warning gaze, a chill ran down his spine and his anger was extinguished rapidly. Lowering his head, Xiao Li came before Yunzhu and bowed. Fellow Daoist Yunzhu, I'm sorry. It's my fault this time round. Please forgive me, fellow Daoist Yunzhu. Yunzhu sneered. She quit while she was ahead and did not continue pursuing the matter. This was Heaven and Earth Academy after all, and she could not appear too domineering. She had to know her limits. If she did not give in and was overbearing, things might backfire instead. Right then, a crack appeared in midair. An old man appeared with a pale expression and a sinister gaze. He exuded an aura that prevented strangers from approaching and was shuddering. Only immortal king experts could tear through the void. Elder 2 of the academy was in charge of discipline and was the most cold-blooded. Greetings, Elder 2. Sword Immortal Yu Hua and the other disciples of the academy bowed when they saw who it was. Yunzhu's expression turned solemn as she cupped her fists towards Elder 2 of the academy. Greetings, Senior. Elder 2 nodded slightly and shifted his gaze to Xiao Li, Sword Immortal Yu Hua and the others. He said coldly, "The sect master already knows about what happened today and instructed me to say a few words. First, Fang Qingyun colluded with outsiders and harmed his fellow sect mates. He deserved to die. Second, Xiao Li slandered his fellow sect mate. He is not allowed to receive any cultivation resources of the academy, browse through the cultivation techniques and secret skills of the academy, or take a single step out of the academy for the next 10,000 years. Xiao Li did not dare to protest and merely listened with his head lowered. Third, Yu Hua shall head back to reflect in seclusion. He is not allowed to exit seclusion before the divine firmament immortal meet. When they heard that, many academy disciples sighed and looked at Sword Immortal Yu Hua with conflicted gazes. The words of the sect master of the academy could be considered as a conclusion for today's matter. Not only was Fang Qingyun dead, his reputation was ruined as well. No one was surprised that the academy would deal with Xiao Li. However, no one expected Sword Immortal Yu Hua, a legacy disciple of the sect master of the academy and the #1 perfected immortal of the academy, to be punished as well. Although it was not serious, Yu Hua was embarrassed in front of everyone. Sword Immortal Yu Hua glanced at Su Zimo expressionlessly and turned to leave without saying anything. That gaze contained too many emotions. There was hatred, threat, warning, and killing intent. Su Zimo knew in his heart that Sword Immortal Yu Hua would definitely not let things go after suffering such a huge loss. If there was an opportunity, Sword Immortal Yu Hua would definitely attack him once more. However, Su Zimo was fearless. Indeed, his current strength was inferior to Sword Immortal Yu Hua. However, as long as he was given time and space to grow, given his cultivation speed, he would be able to surpass Sword Immortal Yu Hua before long. Furthermore, even if Sword Immortal Yu Hua did not look for him, he would take revenge on the latter. Back on the Dragon Abyss Star, he nearly died at the hands of Sword Immortal Yu Hua. He had not forgotten about that. Elder 2 surveyed his surroundings and looked at the disciples of the academy around him, saying in a deep voice, "Nobody is to spread word of today's matter, especially about Fang Qingyun. Don't wash your dirty linen in public." "That's the way it should be," Elder Chen added hurriedly. Fang Qingyun was originally the #1 of the inner sect of the academy and was ranked 10 on the heaven ranking prediction. In the end, he colluded with outsiders and harmed his fellow sect mates. This was the greatest scandal in the academy in recent years. If news of this were to spread, it would indeed affect the reputation of the academy. Yunzhu smirked and did not agree with Elder 2's thoughts. With so many people witnessing this, it was impossible to hide it. As time passed, all sorts of rumors would naturally spread. Elder 2 looked at Su Zimo and his expression softened slightly. "Su Zimo, settle the matters here before heading to the Heaven and Earth Palace. The sect master wishes to see you." "The sect master wants to see me?" Su Zimo was surprised and asked, Elder Tu, may I ask why the sect master summoned me? I'm not sure. Go to the Heaven and Earth Palace and ask him yourself. Elder Tu said and turned to leave. I'm leaving too. Yunju glanced at Su Zimo and held Dao Yaro's palm, saying in a seemingly casual manner, Princess Yunju, take care. I'll send you off. Su Zimo advanced and sped into the distance with Yunju and Dao Yaro, disappearing from everyone's line of sight before long. A disciple of the academy looked at Su Zimo's back view and lamented, Fang Qingyun prides himself on being unparalleled in strategy and planning. However, he's still far inferior compared to senior brother Su's methods. That's right. Senior brother Su is the best example of someone who can turn the tides of things with a flip of his hand. He killed the number one of the inner sect and embarrassed sword Immortal Yu Hua. Yet, he managed to escape unscathed. Such methods are admirable. I wonder what's his relationship with Book Immortal Yunju. With the departure of Su Zimo and the others, everyone dispersed one after another. However, the discussions about today's matter would continue for a long time in the academy. In the secret pavilion of the academy, Old Xian's gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the boundless space and see the entire process. A conflicted expression appeared in his eyes. After a long silence, he closed his eyes once more. Chapter 2484, 2484 Abnormality. 2484 Abnormality. Su Zimo, Yunju, and Dao Yaro traveled through the skies of the academy. After a while, when they saw that there was no one around, their speed gradually slowed down. Su Zimo said, Thank you, Yunju. This time round, Yunju's appearance not only helped him resolve a crisis, her badge even saved Dao Yaro's life twice. It's nothing. Yunju shook her head gently and said with a smile, however, in order to make things seem more realistic, I have to get Dao Yaro to stay at my place for a few days. Thereafter, I'll have him go look for you. All right. Su Zimo nodded. Pausing for a moment, Su Zimo was curious and could not help but ask, how did you expect that someone would make an issue out of Dao Yaro's identity and give him a badge in advance? That's right, Princess. You're so smart. Dao Yaro praised sincerely as well. I'm not that amazing. I'm not like the sect master of the academy. Yunju smiled and looked at Su Zimo deeply with a smile. Back then, the personal badge I gave Dao Yaro was also a last-minute thought. However, the main reason was to repay you for saving my life and rope in the legendary fiend, Desolate Marshal, at the same time. However, I didn't expect this badge to be of use later on. Su Zimo smiled. No matter what, it's lucky that I had your help this time round. The three of them chatted the entire way and before long, they arrived near the main hall of the academy's teleportation formation. That's enough. Yunju said, go on back. The sect master of the academy must have summoned you for something. There's no need to send me off. All right. Su Zimo cupped his fists in farewell and sped in the direction of the legacy ground of the academy towards the Heaven and Earth Palace. Yunju held Dao Yaro's hand and entered the teleportation formation. They returned to the Zixuan Immortal Kingdom and traveled all the way back to the library. A maidservant at the entrance came forward and said, Princess, you're finally back. Young Prince Yun Ting is looking for you everywhere. It seems like something big has happened and he's upstairs right now. What can happen to him? There's no need to make a fuss. Yunju knew her younger brother way too well. With a calm expression, she said casually as she went upstairs, he must have broken through in his cultivation realm and cultivated to become a grade 9 heaven immortal. He's probably here to show off to me. In the blink of an eye, Yunju had already arrived at the top floor of the library with Dao Yaro. When Yun Ting saw Yunju's figure, he stood up from the ground and approached her. Patting his chest, he said proudly, Sister, it's still 1,000 years away from the divine firmament immortal meet. However, I've already cultivated to become a grade 9 heaven immortal. Dao Yaro pursed his lips and snickered at the side. Recognizing Dao Yaro's identity, Yun Ting straightened his face and frowned. Why is it you again? Why are you always coming to my sister's side instead of staying by Su Zimo's side properly? I brought him here. It's none of your business. Yunju said and pushed Yunting away. She held Dao Yarrow's hand and returned to her study. Yunting followed hurriedly with a stern expression. He glared at Dao Yarrow and asked fiercely, "What were you laughing at just now? Were you mocking me? Could your master's cultivation speed be faster than mine?" "His not." Dao Yarrow shook his head but was not afraid. "Young master is only a grade 6 heaven immortal. Weak." Yunting pouted and sneered in disdain. Yunju glanced at Yunting and reminded, "Little brother, don't underestimate him. As a grade 6 heaven immortal, he's already ranked 17 on the heaven ranking prediction." "So?" Yunting saw the update for the heaven ranking prediction as well but was not surprised. "I've already cultivated to become a grade 9 heaven immortal. Once the heaven ranking prediction refreshes, I'll replace Qin Jiyu and become the top of the heaven ranking prediction." Yunju said, "Anything can happen in the next 1,000 years. Furthermore, even if you fight Suzimo now, the outcome will still be unpredictable." "Sister." Yunting could not help but grumble, "Why are you always dealing blows to me and flattering Suzimo instead? If I didn't know better, I would have thought that you were his biological sister." "Me?" Yunju sneered, "That's a blow to you. I haven't even said anything to truly hurt you." If Yunting knew that the greatest opponent he viewed in his life was merely a clone of the other party, it would probably traumatize him for the rest of his life. Yunju seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked, "Right, Absolute Thunder City was destroyed and Yuans were died. How did the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom react? There's not much activity from them." Yunting shrugged. Yunju frowned in deep thought. "Princess, is there anything wrong?" Dao Yarrow asked softly when he saw Yunju's strange expression. Yunju said deeply, "Your young master killed a prince of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom, hundreds of heaven immortals and burned a city to the ground. That's almost a declaration of war. Even if the other party is wary of the power of Heaven and Earth Academy, someone should stand out and speak up. They shouldn't be so calm. This is a little unusual." Yunting said casually, "Yuanzhua has long lost his power. If he dies, so be it. I don't think anyone cares." Yunju said, "No matter how pathetic Yuanzhua is, the bloodline of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom's royal family flows through his body. How can he be killed by outsiders casually?" Yunting chuckled. "Perhaps the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom is plotting an even greater counterattack, the kind that can kill with a single strike. It's like the calm before a storm." "Is that so?" Yunju fell into deep thought. After a while, Yunju looked up and saw that Yunting was still there. She waved her hand and said, "Go back and cultivate. There's still 1,000 years left. Don't slack off." Yunting was speechless. When he cultivated to become a grade 9 heaven immortal, the first thing he did was to look for Yunju, hoping to receive some encouragement. In the end, he was snubbed. He came in high spirits but returned in disappointment. "She's my biological sister. Why is she always speaking up for outsiders?" "Me." Yunting left the library while muttering. Before long, his heart skipped a beat and his eyes widened as a possibility crossed his mind. Could it be, that's impossible, right? Yunting clenched his fists unconsciously with a conflicted expression. Heaven and Earth Academy. Suzimo followed a map of the academy and finally arrived at the most mysterious place within, the Heaven and Earth Palace. The Heaven and Earth Palace was located in the depths of the academy. There had always been a saying in the academy that without the permission of the sect master, even if someone came here, they would not be able to see the Heaven and Earth Palace. Suzimo looked at the palace not far away and narrowed his eyes slightly. Compared to the other halls and structures in the academy, this palace seemed simple and plain. However, the palace sat at the front, as though it formed an indescribable mysterious aura with the world, the surrounding wind and the white clouds in the skies. The palace seemed to be located in a strange space that resembled an array formation or a restriction. However, it was definitely not those two. The white clouds in the skies suddenly descended, forming a cloud bridge that led to the entrance of the palace. "Zimo, come in." The sect master's voice sounded in a warm and generous manner. Suzimo looked at the Heaven and Earth Palace before him and took a deep breath before stepping onto the cloud bridge. Chapter 2485, 2485 Exposed True Body. 2485 Exposed True Body. Immortal chi shrouded heaven and earth palace, and a dense mist rose. A figure sat in a lotus position at the front, faintly visible. As Su Zimo entered the heaven and earth palace, the immortal chi in the palace dissipated gradually, revealing the tall and straight figure of the sect master of the academy. Greetings, sect master. Su Zimo stood not far away and bowed. The sect master of the academy opened his eyes. His eyes seemed to reflect the vast starry skies and the rumbling mortal world, emitting a strange divine light as he smiled. Why? As an in-name disciple, you're not even willing to call me master? The moment Su Zimo met with the eyes of the sect master of the academy, his heart was stirred by an invisible force. Although the sect master of the academy seemed like he was questioning, there was no reproach or displeasure in his tone. Su Zimo did not feel any pressure either. On the contrary, he felt a sense of guilt. Greetings, master. Su Zimo lowered his head slightly and bowed once more. Greeting. The sect master of the academy said warmly, It's fine. If you're unwilling to join my lineage, you can choose from the other immortal king elders after you advance to the perfected one realm. Given your talent, no immortal king elder will reject you. Pausing for a moment, the sect master of the academy suddenly asked, Are you displeased that I didn't punish you who are severely for today's matter? I wouldn't dare. Su Zimo replied honestly. The sect master of the academy shook his head and chuckled. Your reply implies that you do feel displeased indeed. Su Zimo remained silent as a form of acknowledgement. The sect master of the academy said, Yu Hua is the #1 perfected immortal of the academy after all. In the future, at the 9 firmament meet, he will still represent the academy to fight for the perfected immortal ranking. I have to give him some face. However, don't worry. Once you advance to the perfected one realm and become a legacy disciple, I can make the decision to let you and Mo Qing become Dao companions as soon as possible. Huh? Su Zimo was stunned and had a shocked expression. He could not react for a moment. Why did the sect master suddenly mention him and senior sister Mo Qing? The sect master of the academy smiled. For us immortality cultivators, in order to become Dao companions, fate is required. That is something accumulated over several lifetimes and can't be forced. Although Yu Hua has courted Mo Qing for many years, it's clear that she has feelings for you all these years. I've seen all of that. No, master, you might have misunderstood. Su Zimo wanted to explain. The sect master of the academy smiled gently. Don't worry, I'll stand up for you on this matter. Su Zimo realized that he might not be able to explain himself for this. For many years, senior sister Mo Qing had been reclusive and rarely appeared, let alone interacted with anyone. However, over the years, she had been to his cave abode often. Naturally, it was easy for people to associate her with him. Furthermore, senior sister Mo Qing had helped him many times. The last time, she even followed him to Tsungyun Mountain to confront the perfected immortal experts of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. Nobody would believe that the two of them were just ordinary fellow sect mates. Su Zimo remained silent. He had already accepted senior sister Mo Qing's painting. If nothing went wrong, she should not look for him again. As time passed by and the two of them did not interact much, everyone would naturally understand. If he were to explain it forcefully now, it might only make things worse. Additionally, I heard about the battle at Absolute Thunder City. The sect master of the academy said indifferently, King Jin came to look for me. I only just sent him away and this will be the end of that matter. Although the sect master of the academy said it casually, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Actually, he had already expected that the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom would not let him off after causing such a huge commotion in Absolute Thunder City. However, he had not expected that King Jin would appear personally for this matter. Although the sect master of the academy said it casually, Su Zimo knew in his heart that if not for the fact that the sect master of the academy had mediated and held back King Jin for him, he would most likely be a dead man by now. The sect master of the academy did not elaborate on what happened between them after King Jin arrived. However, one could imagine that the sect master of the academy must have paid a price for it. Perhaps there was a fight between the two of them, or the sect master of the academy had to compromise on something before he could send King Jin away to end this matter. It was no wonder why the great Jin Immortal Kingdom was so quiet during this period of time without any reaction. "Thank you, Master." Su Zimo bowed deeply to the sect master of the academy. Although the sect master of the academy did not explain much, he knew the danger and pressure involved. "Rise." A look of relief flashed through the eyes of the sect master of the academy. "Since I've taken you in, I naturally have to ensure your safety. Fang Qingyun is already dead. Heaven and Earth Academy can only rely on you for the heaven ranking this time round." "Don't worry, Master," Su Zimo said in a deep voice, "I'm bent on getting my hands on the top of the heaven ranking." The top of the heaven ranking was secondary. It was mainly because he and Yun Ting would eventually meet in the ranking battle of the heaven ranking, and there would inevitably be a battle between the two of them. Su Zimo wanted Yun Ting's human slaying sword art, while Yun Ting wanted his heaven and earth slaying sword art. If nothing went wrong, whoever won would be the top of the heaven ranking. "Don't be careless." The sect master of the academy shook his head gently. "From what I know, Yun Ting has already cultivated to become a grade 9 heaven immortal. There's a difference of 3 realms between you and him. Also, your hell suppression tripod was snatched away by Desolate Marshal." At that point, the sect master of the academy paused for a moment. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged. Although he did not raise his head to look, he could sense the gaze of the sect master of the academy watching him, as though he was observing something. Yunju was right. If she could deduce that the bronze square tripod that the Green Lotus True Body once possessed was the Hell Suppression tripod, the sect master of the academy would naturally be able to guess as well. However, even if the sect master of the academy could divine everything and see through the heavenly secrets, there was no way he could divine the origin of the martial Tao Prime body. Upon knowing that the Hell Suppression tripod was in the hands of Desolate Marshal, almost everyone would instinctively think that Desolate Marshal snatched it away from him. That was also the most logical explanation. The reason why Yunju could deduce the relationship between him and Desolate Marshal was mainly because he revealed a clue in Avicii. However, the sect master of the academy did not know what happened in Avicii. Coupled with the fact that he could not divine the origin of the martial Tao Prime body, it was only natural for his guess to take off in the wrong direction. The sect master of the academy's pause was extremely short and almost imperceptible. He continued, "Your hell suppression tripod was snatched away by Desolate Marshal. On the pretext that you do not use your bloodline, there's no way you can defeat Yun Ting." Su Zimo was shocked. He could still maintain his composure at the mention of the hell suppression tripod and Desolate Marshal. However, when he heard the sect master of the academy mention him not using his bloodline, his heart skipped a beat. The sect master of the academy was clearly hinting at something. Su Zimo also knew that there was no way he could hide the massive emotional fluctuation he just had from the sect master of the academy. He took a deep breath and looked up. Towards Su Zimo, who looked like he was facing a great enemy, the sect master of the academy smiled. "There's no need to be nervous. I've long sensed your creation Green Lotus bloodline." Chapter 2486, 2486 Coincidence. 2486 Coincidence. At that moment, Su Zimo's heart was in turmoil as countless thoughts flashed through his mind. However, in the end, he composed himself and tried his best to remain calm. "Sect Master, when did you find out about it?" Su Zimo asked. Unknowingly, the way he addressed the sect master of the academy had already changed. The sect master of the academy shook his head gently. He seemed a little exasperated towards Su Zimo's reaction. "I sensed it when you first broke through after joining the academy for hundreds of years. However, don't worry. I've long set up a few restrictions around your cave abode and helped you hide the aura of the creation Green Lotus so that no one can detect it." Su Zimo remained silent. Although he did not reveal it on his face, it was clear that he was still wary. The eyes of the sect master of the academy seemed to contain endless wisdom as he chuckled. "Do you really think that I won't notice a creation Green Lotus cultivating continuously in the academy? If that's the case, I won't be fit to stay on as the sect master. At that moment, Su Zimo had already gradually calmed down from his initial shock. If the sect master of the academy truly harbored evil intentions towards him, there would be way too many opportunities. Even now, if the sect master of the academy wanted to plot against his Green Lotus true body, he could just attack directly. Su Zimo would have no power to resist. Furthermore, the sect master of the academy had once saved his life and even gave him a teleportation jade talisman. This time round, the sect master of the academy helped him to block King Jin's killing intent. More importantly, if the sect master of the academy truly had designs on him, there was no need for him to expose this matter today. Now that the sect master of the academy was willing to say this openly, it proved that he had nothing to hide. This matter was a little sudden and I couldn't recover for a moment. Please forgive me, master. Su Zimo looked apologetic. It's fine. The sect master of the academy smiled gently. The reason why I told you about this was because I wanted you to be at ease. At the very least, you don't have to be careful and tense every day in the academy. Of course, you still have to be careful outside. Don't expose your bloodline so easily. Yes. Su Zimo nodded. That's enough. The sect master of the academy said, go back and cultivate. Don't feel burdened or pressured. I'll take my leave now. Su Zimo bowed and turned to leave. After leaving the Heaven and Earth Palace, Su Zimo walked against the wind in the direction of the inner sect. Suddenly, he realized that his green robes were already drenched in sweat. A gentle breeze blew past and a chill ran down his spine. Su Zimo let out a long breath. It was no wonder why everyone said that the sect master of the academy had unparalleled wisdom and could divine all living beings and heavenly secrets. Under the gaze of the sect master of the academy, Su Zimo realized that it seemed like he could not hide anything at all. Su Zimo laughed self-deprecatingly. All these years, he had been careful in the academy as though he was treading on thin ice and tried his best to hide his Green Lotus bloodline. To think that he was seen through long ago. Right then, a figure sped over not far away. In the blink of an eye, it arrived. It was painting Immortal Mo Qing. Senior sister. Su Zimo greeted. Mo Qing sized up Su Zimo and said, I just heard that senior brother Yu Hua made things difficult for you deliberately. Are you alright? It's fine, it's already in the past. Su Zimo shook his head and smiled. It's good that you're fine. Mo Qing looked at Su Zimo, as though she wanted to say something but stopped. Su Zimo attempted to ask, is there anything else, senior sister? Have you given that painting to fellow Daoist desolate marshal? Mo Qing hesitated for a moment before asking. Stunned for a moment, Su Zimo snapped out of his stupor. I've already given it to him. Mo Qing asked, what did he say? Was it well drawn? Su Zimo coughed gently. I came back after sending the painting over. I don't know if he has already seen it. Oh. Mo Qing replied. Su Zimo said, senior sister, if there's nothing else, I'll head back first. Mo Qing nodded and turned to leave as well. The two of them parted ways. Before long, Su Zimo narrowed his eyes slightly and his heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, he stopped and turned to call Fairy Mo Qing. Is there anything? Mo Qing asked. Su Zimo channeled his spirit consciousness and asked with a voice transmission, there's something I've never known. Back when I took part in the Immortal sect selection, how did you arrive in time? Due to the letter in Prince Yuanzuo's memories, now that he recounted the events of the Immortal sect selection, there were too many things that seemed too coincidental. Initially, Su Zimo thought that senior sister Mo Qing had arrived because the ice butterfly sensed Dai Yu's aura from him. It was the same situation as back in Avicii. However, in reality, Heaven and Earth Academy was extremely far away from the Coiling Dragon mountain range where the Immortal sect selection was held. There was no way the ice butterfly could have sensed him. Unless senior sister Mo Qing was already nearby at that time. However, senior sister Mo Qing was someone who rarely went out. How could she have happened to just be in the vicinity of the Coiling Dragon mountain range? Su Zimo looked at Mo Qing and asked with a voice transmission, did someone ask you to head over, senior sister? Yes. Mo Qing nodded. Su Zimo's pupils constricted as he suppressed the violent fluctuation in his heart. His expression was unchanged as he continued asking, "Was it the sect master of the academy?" "No." Mo Qing said, "It was Elder 8. Su Zimo was stunned and a look of confusion flashed through his eyes. Pausing for a moment, he asked again, "Is Elder 8 good at divination?" "No." Mo Qing shook her head. Elder 8 specializes in weapon refinement and is in charge of all the divine weapons in the academy. How can he be good at divination? Only the sect masters can get the chance to cultivate the cultivation technique that can divine all living beings. No one else is qualified. Mo Qing recalled for a moment and said, "At that time, Elder 8 had just returned and happened to see me. He mentioned the matter at the Coiling Dragon mountain range to me and suggested that I step in. Initially, I was unwilling to interfere in this matter. However, Elder 8 said that zither Immortal Meng Yarrow was there and that as the painting Immortal, I was the most suitable to step in. That was why I went to the Coiling Dragon mountain range." "I see." Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief and murmured softly, "In that case, I was thinking too much." Although his question earlier on seemed ordinary, it was the key to the entire matter. If the appearance of the painting Immortal was facilitated by the sect master of the academy, there was a high chance that the mysterious letter received by Prince Yuanzhe came from the sect master of the academy as well. Yuanzhe's pursuit, zither Immortal Meng Yarrow's appearance, the reactions of Flying Immortal Sect, Mountain Sea Immortal Sect and Imperial Wind Temple, Yong Ruoxu's persistence and senior sister Mo Qing's appearance. All those variables would all be a part of the sect master of the academy's plan. Su Zimo believed that the sect master of the academy definitely had the capability to do so. But now, because of Mo Qing's explanation, his guess was no longer valid. If the sect master of the academy wanted to plot against him, there was no need to involve an elder of the academy. Senior sister Mo Qing's appearance was merely a coincidence. The clues related to the letter from Prince Yuanzhe were gone once more. "Why are you asking this?" Mo Qing asked with a frown. "It's nothing." Su Zimo smiled. "I was just asking casually." Chapter 2487, 2487 Pushover. 2487 Pushover. After bidding farewell to Mo Qing, Su Zimo returned to his cave abode and prepared to cultivate in seclusion once more. There was still 1,000 years to go before the divine firmament Immortal meet. Under normal circumstances, during this period of time, most high-level heaven immortals would choose to head out to train and look for people to fight. They would try their best to squeeze into the heaven ranking prediction. As for Su Zimo, he was already ranked 17 on the heaven ranking prediction. Even if he did not take part in other fights, he was already qualified to fight for the ranking of the heaven ranking at the Divine Firmament Immortal meet. Therefore, he intended to seize the remaining 1,000 years to cultivate and strive to advance another realm. The sect master of the academy was right. At the realm of a grade 6 heaven immortal, if he did not use the Green Lotus bloodline, he had almost no chance of winning against Yun Ting. All these years, he had been improving continuously and obtained many opportunities. However, Yun Ting did not stagnate as well. Just by looking at the information about Yun Ting on the heaven ranking prediction, it was clear that the opportunities and encounters that Yun Ting had obtained over the years were no less than his. Even if he could cultivate to become a grade 7 heaven immortal, he should only be on par with Yun Ting. Against an opponent like Yun Ting, even if they were only a single cultivation realm apart, the difference would be immense in battle. Furthermore, there was a difference of 3 cultivation realms between them right now. Su Zimo cultivated in seclusion in his cave abode and did not see outsiders. A few days later, Dao Yarrow returned to the cave abode and continued to take care of all the trivial matters with Liu Ping. For the past half a year, many heaven immortal experts from outside the academy came to challenge Su Zimo. Among them, there was no lack of experts who were in the top 20 of the heaven ranking prediction. The fastest way to enter the heaven ranking prediction or raise one's ranking was naturally to challenge opponents on the heaven ranking prediction. As for Su Zimo, he was ranked 17 on the heaven ranking prediction. However, his cultivation realm was only at the level 6 heaven essence realm. Compared to the top heaven immortals, there was a difference of 3 cultivation realms. This was an irreparable difference in the eyes of many Heaven Immortal experts. Furthermore, there were way too few battle records for Su Zimo on the Heaven ranking prediction. There were only 2. Although the impact of the battle in Absolute Thunder City was not small, the fact that there were too few battle records caused many Heaven Immortals to assume that Su Zimo was merely all pretense and not as strong as the rumors said. Furthermore, in the eyes of everyone, Su Zimo's ranking was extremely exaggerated. The evaluation given by the Divine Firmament Palace had already stated that Su Zimo's strength could only be ranked in the 60s and 70s at most. The reason why he could be ranked in the top 20 was because he had once avoided an assassination attempt by Ju Wuying. However, that could only mean that although Su Zimo's escape skills were decent, they could not be reflected in his combat strength. The details of the fight between Su Zimo and Fang Qingyun within Heaven and Earth Academy was not known to outsiders due to the Academy's prohibition. Many people only knew that Fang Qingyun was dead, but they did not know that he died in Su Zimo's hands. Combined with many factors, many Heaven Immortal experts felt that Su Zimo was a pushover that was relatively easy to challenge on the Heaven ranking prediction. For the past half a year, Su Zimo had been in seclusion and refused to fight. No matter how everyone provoked him outside, he was indifferent and ignored them. That reaction confirmed everyone's guess. Instead of decreasing, the number of Heaven Immortal experts challenging them increased. Although there were benefits to entering the Heaven ranking prediction in advance and becoming famous, one would have to endure immense pressure as well. Su Zimo focused wholeheartedly on cultivating and wanted to advance further, unwilling to bother with these challenges. As for Dao Yarou and Liu Ping, they received Su Zimo's instructions and naturally blocked all the challengers who came knocking. In the blink of an eye, a year passed. That's the 677th challenger rejected, right? He should be the 678. After Liu Ping and Dao Yarou rejected another challenger, they discussed softly in the cave abode. Liu Ping said, "Senior brother's constant avoidance of battle has a certain impact on his ranking on the Heaven ranking prediction. If someone came knocking for a challenge and Su Zimo avoided it, the Divine Firmament Palace's evaluation of him would naturally decrease." Dao Yarou nodded. "I noticed it too. Young master, you've dropped a few spots on the Heaven ranking prediction." Liu Ping raised his fist. "In my opinion, senior brother, you should pick a tough nut to crack among these challengers and teach him a lesson for everyone to see. It'll save this group of people the trouble of coming to challenge you every day. They're so annoying." Right then, another figure descended outside the cave abode. Through an image crystal in the cave abode, Dao Yarou could clearly see the situation outside. When he saw who it was, Dao Yarou could not help but exclaim, "This cultivator is really beautiful. It's useless even if she's beautiful. Just send her away casually," Liu Ping said casually without even looking. Dao Yarou nodded and sent a voice transmission to the outside of the cave abode, "Fellow Daoist, I'm sorry. Our young master is in seclusion cultivation and won't fight you. Please head back. I'm Xie Qing Cheng. I'm not here to challenge Brother Su." The person smiled gently. "I'm only here to visit him." Liu Ping pouted. Half of the challengers said that they were merely here to visit. The moment he said that, his expression changed and he reacted. "Xie Qing Cheng?" Liu Ping hurried to the image crystal and took a look. It's indeed him. Back in the capital of the Yangyang Immortal Kingdom, Liu Ping had seen this Prince Qingcheng. Although this person was a man, he was more beautiful and handsome than most women. Liu Ping had a deep impression of him. Furthermore, Princess Scarlet Rainbow had a good relationship with this person. A year ago, the first person to discover the location of Feng Zi and perfected Immortal Burial Night was also Prince Qingcheng. "Let's ask senior brother." Liu Ping did not dare to make the decision on his own and pulled Dao Yarou towards Su Zimo's cultivation chamber. When Su Zimo heard that Xie Qingcheng had arrived, he did not hesitate and stood up to welcome Xie Qingcheng personally outside the cave abode. Although the two of them had not interacted much previously, he had always remembered how Xie Qingcheng had helped him a couple of times. Although this prince of the Yangyang Immortal Kingdom was only an idle prince without any power or influence, Su Zimo had a good impression of him. The two of them sat down and Dao Yarrow served 2 steaming cups of tea with a fragrance. Xie Qingcheng smiled. Brother Su, the battle at Absolute Thunder City a year ago shocked the entire divine firmament. I was shocked when I heard about it as well. It's nothing. Su Zimo said, Yuan's War has hunted me down many times. I had to return the favor. Your single return killed him and destroyed Absolute Thunder City, Brother Su. Xie Qingcheng shook his head and chuckled. Pausing for a moment, he said, I heard that you haven't had peace for the past year with endless challenges knocking on your door. Indeed, there were many challenges. However, I ignored them the entire time. Su Zimo smiled and was not bothered. There were not many people in the same cultivation realm who could make him view them as opponents. He could not even be bothered to take a look at the rest. Su Zimo thought of the two of them and asked, by the way, is Xu Shi and his son, Xu Xiaotian, still with you? How are they doing? Pretty good. Xie Qingcheng said, however, Xu Shi's talent is limited and he might not be able to become a heaven immortal in the future. Xu Xiaotian's talent is not bad and has potential. The two of them chatted for a while more. Although Xie Qingcheng looked relaxed and chatted merrily with Su Zimo, he seemed to be troubled. Chapter 2488, 2488 Azura Battlefield. 2488 Azura Battlefield. Brother Xie, is there anything on your mind? Su Zimo asked. Xie Qingcheng laughed bitterly. Brother Su, you're sharp and I can't hide it from you. Indeed, I've come to look for you for help for something. This was also what you wanted to say at the foot of Tsungyun Mountain, right? Su Zimo smiled, not surprised. At that time, beneath Tsungyun Mountain, he promised Xie Qingcheng that he could look for him if anything happened in the future. Xie Qingcheng was moved but hesitated. After a year, Xie Qingcheng visited again. If Su Zimo was not wrong, this should be the matter that he did not say back then. Yes. Xie Qingcheng no longer hid anything and said in a deep voice, firstly, I didn't say it back then because I had not made up my mind on whether I was going to participate in this matter. Secondly, this matter is way too dangerous and there's a certain requirement for the combat strength of cultivators. Brother Su, at that time, you had just exited seclusion and was a grade 6 heaven immortal who wasn't on the heaven ranking prediction. I did not know much about your combat strength and thought that even if I invited you along, you might not be able to help. Instead, it might even be a burden for you. At that point, Xie Qingcheng smiled. Later on, the battle of Absolute Thunder City spread through the entire divine firmament. That was when I found out about your capabilities, Brother Su. What is it? Tell me about it, Brother Xie. Su Zimo asked. Xie Qingcheng said, Brother Su, you should know about Xie Tianhong of Spirit Cloud County. He died outside more than 2,000 years ago, but his corpse was never found. Su Zimo lamented internally, Xie Tianhong was slapped to death by the martial Dao Prime body and his corpse is in Avicii. Naturally, no one can find it. Xie Qingcheng continued, Xie Tianhong was the prince of Spirit Cloud County after all. Because his corpse has not been seen all these years, his previous position has always been empty. Last year, Father finally relented and decided to choose a new prince of Spirit Cloud County from the various princes and princesses. There were more than 1,000 ancient cities and tens of millions of kilometers of territory under the rule of Spirit Cloud County. The prince of Spirit Cloud County had torrential power and a noble status, far surpassing ordinary princes. Now that this position was empty, it would naturally cause a fight between the royal family bloodlines of the Yangyang Immortal Kingdom. Xie Qingcheng took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I don't want to miss this opportunity. I want to give it a shot. Su Zimo remained silent. Previously, Xie Qingcheng was only an idle prince and was at the bottom of the royal bloodline. He was dispensable and did not have much of a presence. However, that was also the reason why his situation was relatively peaceful. If he were to participate in such a fight, his future would be filled with countless open and hidden strife. A royal family from a place like the Yangyang Immortal Kingdom had many descendants. It was extremely difficult for anyone to stand out among the many princes and princesses. Have you decided? Su Zimo looked at Xie Qingcheng and asked solemnly. Xie Qingcheng nodded and clenched his fists instinctively. I want to become a prince who rules over a region and possesses power and status. That's the only way I can clear my mother's name. Su Zimo had once heard Princess Scarlet Rainbow mention unintentionally that Xie Qingcheng's mother did not come from a good background. Therefore, his status among the many princes and princesses was not high. All right, I'll help you. When Su Zimo saw that Xie Qingcheng had already decided, he agreed without hesitation. What are the requirements to be the Prince of Spirit Cloud County? Su Zimo asked again. Xie Qingcheng said, Father won't let princes who have cultivated to the perfected immortal realm manage such a huge territory. It will cause them to be distracted and affect their cultivation. In other words, as long as one is at the heaven immortal realm, they will be qualified to fight for the position of the Prince of Spirit Cloud County. However, their cultivation realms can't be too low. Grade 1 or 2 heaven immortals will definitely not cut it. Su Zimo swept his spirit consciousness slightly and saw that Xie Qingcheng was a grade 7 heaven immortal. Xie Qingcheng laughed self-deprecatingly. I'm just barely qualified. Su Zimo asked, how are they going to choose the Prince of Spirit Cloud County this time round? This time round, Father placed the prince's seal in an ancient ruin. Xie Qingcheng said, everyone participating in this fight can each lead 100 heaven immortal experts into this ruin to snatch the prince's seal. We can select any 100 heaven immortals, they don't have to be from the Yangyang immortal kingdom. Oh! When he heard that, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. In that case, among the 100 heaven immortals, there will definitely be experts on the heaven ranking prediction. Exactly. Xie Qingcheng nodded. From what I know, there are a few people in the top 10 of the heaven ranking prediction who are prepared to exit seclusion to help the other princes obtain the Spirit Cloud seal. Su Zimo nodded to himself. It was clear that there was another meaning to immortal King Yangyang's arrangement. What he valued was not only the personal strength of his descendants, but also their connections, networking and influence in the divine firmament immortal domain. Xie Qingcheng said, from what I know, the heaven ranking prediction has already been announced. In the past year, many heaven immortal experts have appeared one after another, looking for opportunities to climb the heaven ranking prediction. The ancient ruin this time round is the best opportunity. The fight for the seal in this ancient ruin will be the best chance for many heaven immortal experts to squeeze their way into the heaven ranking prediction or refresh their current rankings. Su Zimo nodded and suddenly asked, will Yunting be there? I don't think so. Xie Qingcheng smiled bitterly. If someone can invite Prince Yunting out of seclusion, there will probably be no doubt about the outcome of this fight for the Spirit Cloud seal. Su Zimo nodded. Right now, he was a grade 6 heaven immortal. If he were to fight Yunting, his chances of winning were not high. Pausing for a moment, Su Zimo asked again, right, where is the ancient ruin you mentioned earlier on? It's a fragment of an ancient battlefield. Xie Qingcheng explained, rumor has it that an unprecedented battle might have happened in an ancient era. The battlefield was extremely huge and the world was shattered. This ancient ruin is one of the tiny fragments and is usually called the Azura battlefield. The Azura battlefield? Su Zimo raised his brow slightly. Xie Qingcheng nodded and continued, although it's just a small fragment, there's a universe within. Furthermore, there's a strange blood chi in this battlefield that clearly suppresses the many divine powers and secret skills of cultivators. Oh! Su Zimo was surprised and asked, what sort of blood chi would have such an effect? I'm not sure either. Xie Qingcheng said, according to the information I obtained, this blood chi can seal the divine powers and secret skills of demon beasts. Su Zimo frowned slightly. If it was as Xie Qingcheng had said, many of his trump cards would not be able to be released in the Azura battlefield. Xie Qingcheng continued, as for why it's called the Azura battlefield, it's because there are many Azura race beings in this battlefield that are half human, half god and extremely powerful. The Azura race. This was an extremely mysterious race that possesses combat strength that's not inferior to the god and dragon races. Back in Azura Monastery of Great Tai Wei Mountain, the martial Dao Prime body suppressed one of them. Chapter 2489 Fight for the Seal. 2489 Fight for the Seal. Heavenly Wolf had once told the martial Tao Prime Body some information about the Azura race. According to Heavenly Wolf, the Azura race was not human, demon, ghost or god. However, they were innately strong and ugly, possessing extremely powerful and ferocious combat strength. Furthermore, their cultivation realms could not be detected and could only be judged based on their appearances. If the Azura race cultivated to the perfected one realm, they would have 2 heads and 4 arms. 3 heads 6 arms was the innate divine power of the Azura race. However, it was changed and recreated by predecessors, turning into a supreme divine power that humans could cultivate. Su Zimo asked, "How many princes are there in the Yang Immortal Kingdom who are prepared to fight for the seal this time round?" "Including me, there are a total of 8 princes and a princess." Xie Qingcheng pondered for a moment. "To be honest, Brother Su, the cultivation and status of the 8 of them in the royal family is above mine. How many people have you gathered?" Su Zimo asked again. At the mention of that, Xie Qingcheng smiled bitterly. "Less than 20. Su Zimo was not surprised about that. A wise bird chooses a proper tree to nestle in. In the eyes of many heaven immortals of the Yang Immortal Kingdom, Xie Qingcheng was definitely not the best choice. He had no backing, background, or potential. Xie Qingcheng said, "Apart from the Azura race, there are also some Yakshas and various powerful demon beasts in the Azura battlefield." Yakshas? Su Zimo frowned slightly. He seemed to have seen the word Yaksha before in Avicii. Xie Qingcheng explained, "It's said that it's a race from an ancient era that has long gone extinct. The living beings of the Yaksha race are extremely ugly, like malevolent ghosts. That's why they're called Yakshas." Su Zimo frowned slightly as a thought flashed through his mind in deep thought. Xie Qingcheng continued, "In reality, those living beings have already died a long time ago. They merely reincarnated because of the special blood chi in the Azura battlefield. These things are irrational and only know how to attack and kill wildly. Furthermore, the blood chi on the Azura battlefield has an impact on cultivators as well. If their Tao hearts are not strong enough, there's a high chance that they will be invaded by the blood chi and lose their minds completely, turning into puppets controlled by the blood chi. Because there are many dangers for this trip, I don't have many people I can use." Actually, there were more than 1,000 heaven immortals under Xie Qingcheng. However, there were not many grade 8 and 9 heaven immortals. Among them, there were also some people who might not be willing to take the risk to follow him into the Azura battlefield. Apart from the irrational living beings like the Asuras, there were also experts of the heaven ranking prediction in the Azura battlefield. Xie Qingcheng could not even gather the full 100 heaven immortals. There was no chance of him winning against the other 8 princes. Since the goal is to snatch the seal, it might not be useful even if there are more people. Su Zimo consoled, "When will the Azura battlefield open up this time round?" 3 days later, in the capital of the Yang Immortal Kingdom. "All right, I'll look for you in 3 days. 3 days later. In the living room of the inner courtyard of Heaven and Earth Academy, many cultivators were gathered. There were around 1,000 of them with various attires and different auras. The sect badge on their waists proved that these cultivators were from different sects and factions. Almost all the 1,000 cultivators were grade 9 heaven immortals. Apart from some cultivators of the major immortal Tao clans and even heaven immortal experts from the 3 immortal kingdoms, there were also experts from the other 3 immortal sects. The experts of those heaven-grade factions sat at the front of the living room proudly. "Is Su Zimo going to come out of seclusion? Fufu, do you really think that he's truly in seclusion? That's just an excuse. In my opinion, he's just afraid of battle." In the living room, many cultivators discussed fervently. Yang Binjing led a group of disciples from the academy and sat in the middle. When she saw that, she had a headache. In the past year, the number of cultivators who came knocking to challenge increased. In fact, there were even some who refused to leave unless Su Zimo appeared. "Everyone, quiet down. My ranking is far beneath senior brother Su." Yang Binjing frowned slightly and declared, If anyone wants to challenge senior brother Su, they can get through me first. A man on Yang Bingjing's left smiled. Fellow Daoist Bing Ying, there's no need for that. Su Zimo of the Academy is the only one we want to challenge. The man was from Flying Immortal sect and his Dao title was Tian Zhe. Another heaven immortal of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom sneered, Su Zimo was extremely audacious to dare to assassinate a prince in the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. Why is he so scared that he doesn't dare to appear now? Prince Yun Ting even views him as an opponent. I don't think he's worthy at all. The person who spoke was Fairy Bai Hua, from the Zixuan Immortal Kingdom. Yang Bingjing had a helpless expression. Others might not know Su Zimo's strength, but she had witnessed with her own eyes how he suppressed the number one of the inner sect, Fang Qingyun. Everyone, please return. Senior brother Su doesn't want to appear because he doesn't want to fight you guys, Yang Bingjing persuaded. Everyone in the hall was unmoved. A disciple of the academy sent a voice transmission, Senior Sister Yang, many of them are not even here to challenge senior brother Su. They're here for personal feuds. That's not all. Yang Bingjing shook her head gently. There are also some people who might be after senior brother Su's Pure Jade manual. Right then, 2 young Dao children passed by the entrance and glanced inside. A green-robed Dao child asked in surprise, "You guys haven't left yet?" "It's him." Someone pointed to the green-robed Dao child. "He's from Su Zimo's cave abode." The 2 children were naturally Dao Yarrow and Liu Ping. "Where's Su Zimo?" Flying Immortal Sect's Heaven Immortal Tian just stood up and asked in a deep voice, "Since the 2 of you came out, Su Zimo must have come out of seclusion as well, right?" "That's right." Liu Ping nodded and did not hide anything. When they heard that, more than half of the cultivators in the living room stood up with fighting spirit and bright eyes. Liu Ping shook his head quickly. "However, you guys are still a step too late. Senior brother has already left to take part in the Azura battlefield." "What's the Azura battlefield?" "Recently, the Yang Immortal Kingdom is choosing a new prince of Spirit Cloud County. It's said that the competing princes can bring 100 heaven immortals into the Azura battlefield. Whoever can snatch the prince's seal will be the new prince of Spirit Cloud County. I heard that there are many heaven ranking experts in the Azura battlefield this time round. It's said that the 3rd on the heaven ranking, Zhong Feiyu, was invited out of seclusion by Princess Yu Yang. Not only that, there are quite a few in the top 10 of the heaven ranking. Su Zimo actually dares to partake in that. There's quite a bit of commotion this time round. From what I know, the Divine Firmament Palace will even send a few perfected immortals to record what happens in the Azura battlefield and update the heaven ranking prediction at any time. How can we see the real-time updates? Let's see how much waves Su Zimo can even cause. Who knows, he might be suppressed the moment he enters. Is there a need to ask? Heaven and Earth Academy will definitely be able to see it. Many cultivators turned to look at Yang Bingjing and the other disciples of the academy. Yang Bingjing snorted coldly. Those cultivators had evil intentions and were waiting to see senior brother Su make a fool of himself. However, she could not chase them away and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, move to the square in the inner courtyard. The heaven ranking prediction there will be updated in real time." Chapter 2490 Provocation in front of the palace. 2490 Provocation in front of the palace. The Yang Immortal Kingdom. More than 10 cultivators stood in front of the palace, all of them heaven immortals. "Prince Qingcheng, we're already here. Who else are we waiting for?" In the crowd, a grade 9 heaven immortal asked. "There's no hurry. You'll know when the time comes." Xie Qingcheng smiled gently and beat around the bush. Another grade 8 heaven immortal hesitated for a moment and whispered, "Prince Qingcheng, I heard that there are a few people in the top 10 of the heaven ranking prediction this time round. The few of us have no chance of winning against them. We're just taking part casually. I heard that there are many treasures in the Azura battlefield as well. Let's just try our luck. Who knows, we might obtain some inheritance." Another person said. It's said that fellow Daoist Yu Ying has just obtained a secret skill inheritance and his combat strength has increased exponentially. With the help of the Azura battlefield this time round, he has a chance to charge into the heaven ranking prediction. A few cultivators looked at a young man in the crowd at the same time. A smug look flashed through the eyes of the young man named Yu Ying as he smiled gently. It's just a chance. It's not certain yet. When Xie Qingcheng saw that everyone did not bear any hope for him to snatch the seal, he smiled. Everyone, don't be discouraged. Although we don't have many people, with this expert I invited, we're definitely not weak. What expert? Could he be from the heaven ranking prediction? Everyone's eyes lit up. Xie Qingcheng smiled without saying anything. Before long, a green-robed scholar strode over from afar. Although he seemed slow, he arrived in the blink of an eye and cupped his fists towards Xie Qingcheng, greeting. This is. Some cultivators frowned slightly in confusion. One of the cultivators who had been to the 10,000-year meet recognized him and whispered, Su Zimo of Heaven and Earth Academy. It was him. A look of surprise flashed through everyone's eyes. Although many people had never seen Su Zimo before, they had heard of that name. The impact of the battle in Absolute Thunder City was way too great. Furthermore, the heaven ranking prediction had already been released for more than a year. Although Su Zimo only had 2 battle records, he was ranked highly and was naturally memorable. Yu Ying frowned slightly. If it was anyone else on the heaven ranking prediction, he would have nothing to say. However, in the past year, rumors about Su Zimo spread everywhere. Many people said that his ranking on the heaven ranking prediction was largely exaggerated. Furthermore, for the past year, Su Zimo chose to avoid all challenges, further verifying those rumors. Let me introduce him. Xie Qingcheng said, I'm sure everyone has heard of him before. This is Heaven and Earth Academy's Su Zimo, who is ranked 24 on the heaven ranking prediction. For the past year, Su Zimo avoided all challenges. As a result, the evaluation of him on the heaven ranking prediction dropped as well, causing his ranking to drop from 17 to 24. Apart from Yu Ying, the other cultivators cupped their fists. No matter what the rumors were, Su Zimo was someone on the heaven ranking prediction after all. They could not even touch the edges of the heaven ranking prediction. This is Yu Ying. He is also strong enough to be ranked in the heaven ranking prediction. Xie Qingcheng introduced the heaven immortals behind him to Su Zimo one after another. Su Zimo cupped his fists and nodded as a form of greeting. Su Zimo of Heaven and Earth Academy. I've truly heard a lot about you in recent years. Yu Ying smiled. Fellow Daoist Su, I heard that you did not dare to accept challenges from anyone for the past year. I'm truly surprised that you chose to take part in the Azura battlefield today. Although Yu Ying looked polite with a smile on his face, his words were laced with sarcasm. Su Zimo had an indifferent expression and did not even look at that person. After all, this was someone on Xie Qingcheng's side. At the end of the day, he could not be bothered. Yu Ying. Xie Qingcheng frowned slightly and reminded softly. Yu Ying shrugged his shoulders gently and said nothing more. Initially, he had the highest status among this group of people. Now that Su Zimo had replaced him, he was naturally displeased. Right then, a chuckle sounded not far away. Isn't that brother Qingcheng? Why? You want to enter the Azura battlefield as well? When Xie Qingcheng heard that voice, he could already guess who it was without turning back. A group of cultivators sped over and there were exactly 101 of them. Their leader was a rotund man in yellow robes. It was Prince Yi Qiu of the Yangyang Immortal Kingdom, a grade 8 heaven immortal. Ha 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 ha. In the blink of an eye, Prince Yi Qiu arrived with a group of heaven immortal experts under his lead. When he saw the 18 cultivators on Xie Qingcheng's side, he could not help but burst into laughter brazenly. My dear younger brother, you've only gathered so few people and you still want to enter the Azura battlefield to snatch the seal? Prince Yi Qiu burst into laughter. In my opinion, you should hurry home. With the few people you brought, you'll have to die inside before you can even catch sight of the spirit cloud seal. Holy fuck. When Prince Yi Qiu's gaze landed on Su Zimo, he widened his eyes and said in an exaggerated manner, no way. You've only recruited these few heaven immortals, and there's even a grade 6 heaven immortal among them. Is he here to make up the numbers? Ha ha. A series of laughter broke out from the crowd behind Prince Yi Qiu. Among the heaven immortals behind Prince Yi Qiu, the weakest were grade 8 heaven immortals while the rest were grade 9 heaven immortals. In everyone's opinion, even a grade 7 heaven immortal was not qualified to take part in a fight of this level, let alone a grade 6 heaven immortal. Su Zimo had a calm expression. However, Xie Qingcheng and the others had ugly expressions. They were naturally indignant at being mocked and looked down on. However, the other party had the advantage in numbers and they did not dare to say anything. Yu Ying harumphed coldly. Although he's a grade 6 heaven immortal, he's a paragon expert ranked 24 on the heaven ranking prediction. This is Su Zimo of Heaven and Earth Academy. At the mention of Su Zimo, the mocking laughter on the other end gradually subsided. Many cultivators looked at Su Zimo with surprise and caution. Only a cold-faced man beside Prince Yi Qiu suddenly raised his head. 2 cold beams of light burst forth from his eyes and he did not conceal the hostility in them. It's him. Recognizing that person's background, Yu Ying's heart skipped a beat. Rank 67 of the heaven ranking prediction, Flying Immortal Sect's Sword Immortal Pai Han. Sword Immortal Pai Han said slowly, it is clearly stated on the heaven ranking prediction. Su Zimo only has 2 battle records. The reason why he's ranked so highly is because his escape techniques are not bad. A few more scoffs sounded from the crowd. However, they were much more restrained than the brazen mockery from before. No matter what, the Battle of Absolute Thunder City was still an extremely powerful deterrent for most cultivators. Prince Yi Qiu asked intentionally, how is he compared to you, fellow Daoist Pai Han? If we're talking about fleeing for our lives, I'll naturally have to admit defeat. Sword Immortal Pai Han said, however, if we're talking about a normal fight to the death, I'll consider him capable if he can even withstand 10 of my sword strike. Prince Yi Qiu clapped and declared loudly, Brother Qingcheng, how about it? Shall we let the 2 of them spar before entering the Azura battlefield? Xie Qingcheng took a deep breath and suppressed the rage in his heart. There will naturally be a chance to fight after we enter the Azura battlefield. Ha ha. Prince Yi Qiu burst into laughter. I expected that you wouldn't dare to. Your mother is a lowlife who ascended from the lower worlds. Even if half of the bloodline that flows through your body belongs to father, it won't change the lowlife cowardice in your mother's bones. Chapter 2491 Teaching You a Lesson. 2491 Teaching You a Lesson. You. When Xie Qingcheng heard that, he could no longer hold it in. His beautiful face turned menacing and his gaze was ferocious, as though he wanted to skin Prince Yi Qiu alive. His mother had always been his reverse scale. He could endure any scolding from Prince Yi Qiu. However, after that insult towards his mother, his blood surged and he wanted to attack Prince Yi Qiu. Prince, don't be rash. Behind him, Heaven Immortal Yu Ying took a step forward and grabbed Xie Qingcheng's arm tightly, saying in a low voice, Prince, calm down. The other party has the advantage in numbers and an expert like Sword Immortal Pai Han. Don't fight them head on. Xie Qingcheng's arms trembled slightly as he clenched his fists. He did not even notice that his fingernails had pierced his flesh. Brother Xie, can we attack here? Suddenly, Su Zimo sent a voice transmission. Xie Qingcheng was stunned for a moment before realizing something. He looked at Su Zimo with worry, excitement and anticipation and hurriedly sent a voice transmission, you can attack. As long as no one dies. This was the capital of the Yang Immortal Kingdom after all. If Su Zimo were to kill Prince Yi Qiu, he would probably attract immense trouble. That was also something Xie Qingcheng was unwilling to see. Heaven Immortal Pai Han did not realize the danger yet. His lips curled as he sneered, I heard that Su Zimo is also a lowlife. It's no wonder why he's as cowardly as a rat. For the past year, he did not dare to accept challenges from anyone. Heh. Initially, Su Zimo's head was lowered, as though his mind was elsewhere. However, right after Heaven Immortal Pai Han said that, he suddenly raised his head and opened his eyes. Like lightning, He looked towards Prince Yi Qiu and Heaven Immortal Pai Han. Suddenly, the two of them felt chills run down their spines. At that moment, both of them had the illusion that they were targeted by the most violent demon beast in the world and could be torn into pieces the next moment. Before they could react, a figure flashed before them and Su Zimo had already closed in. It was too fast. Piak. Su Zimo's palm slapped Prince Yi Qiu's cheek instantly. Prince Yi Qiu's rotund body was sent flying by a single slap from Su Zimo. He smashed heavily into the crowd and half of his cheek was mangled. Prince. Heaven Immortal Pai Han was alarmed and wanted to withdraw his frost-repelling sword to kill Su Zimo. However, Su Zimo did not continue chasing after Prince Yi Qiu after sending the latter flying with a single slap. He pushed in reverse instead. With a clang, the frost-repelling sword was pushed back by Su Zimo halfway through its withdrawal. Su Zimo advanced and elbowed Heaven Immortal Pai Han on the chest. At the same time, he flipped his hand and pushed against Heaven Immortal Pai Han's chin. Poof! Almost at the same time, Heaven Immortal Pai Han's chest was pierced by Su Zimo's elbow. His heart ruptured and blood gushed out. That elbow was like a gigantic spear. Coupled with the toughness of the Green Lotus true body, Heaven Immortal Pai Han's body could not defend against it at all and was like paper. His heart was shattered and the blood chi of Heaven Immortal Pai Han drained rapidly. Bang! Almost at the same time, Heaven Immortal Pai Han's chin was shattered by Su Zimo's backhand palm strike. His entire head fell backwards and with a crack, his spine snapped. His head slumped down from his back in an extremely terrifying manner. Su Zimo's melee combat techniques were extremely ferocious while Heaven Immortal Pai Han's skills were all on his sword techniques. In the end, the initiative was seized by Su Zimo and Heaven Immortal Pai Han's combat strength was crippled by more than half before he could even withdraw his sword. That single move by Su Zimo caused him to be severely injured. Su Zimo did not show mercy after gaining the upper hand. He took a step forward and enveloped Heaven Immortal Pai Han's face with his palm. A tremendous essence chi burst forth and captured the essence spirit of Heaven Immortal Pai Han. He severed Heaven Immortal Pai Han's blood chi and essence spirit in one go. Su Zimo, what are you doing? When Heaven Immortal Pai Han's essence spirit was separated from his body and restrained, he panicked. In the blink of an eye, his life was in the hands of others. Nothing much. Su Zimo's voice was calm as he said indifferently, just teaching you a lesson. Su Zimo closed his palm slightly and a tremendous amount of heaven and earth essence chi squeezed the limited space of Heaven Immortal Pai Han's essence spirit. At the same time, Su Zimo channeled his essence spirit and released a dharmic art. He flicked his finger gently and a milky white flame landed on the damaged body of Heaven Immortal Pai Han. Phew! The southern Mingli fire burned rapidly and turned Heaven Immortal Pai Han's body into a human-shaped fireball. In the hands of Su Zimo, Heaven Immortal Pai Han's essence spirit and body were severely injured. His blood chi was weak and he could not defend against the burning of the southern Mingli fire at all. In the blink of an eye, the Heaven Immortal's body was burned to ashes. Why you destroyed my body? Heaven Immortal Pai Han shrieked. When Heaven Immortals released their divine powers, they could use blood rebirth. But now, Su Zimo had burned the flesh of Heaven Immortal Pai Han clean with a single fire. He did not even have the chance to release a single drop of blood. In the cultivation world, it was extremely difficult to find a suitable body. The essence spirit of Heaven Immortal Pai Han was not doing well in Su Zimo's palm either. His essence spirit dimmed and became extremely weak. Su Zimo. Fellow Daoist Su, please show mercy and spare my life. Heaven Immortal Pai Han was truly afraid and begged bitterly. Seems like you don't have much guts either. Su Zimo grinned and threw away the essence spirit of Heaven Immortal Pai Han in his hands casually. As per Xie Qingqing's instructions, he did not kill anyone in front of the palace. Although Heaven Immortal Pai Han survived, he was no different from a cripple. He did not dare to linger and his essence spirit transformed into a streak of light, flying into the distance and disappearing before long. Xie Qingqing and the others were dumbfounded. Rank 67 on the Heaven ranking prediction, Heaven Immortal Pai Han, He was crippled just like that without the chance to retaliate. Bastard of the lower worlds, how dare you ambush me? Prince Yi Qiu had already gotten up. He did not think of retreating immediately. Instead, he glared at Su Zimo and scolded through gritted teeth, "Listen to my orders. Attack together and kill him." This prince had led a pampered life and was used to being arrogant and domineering. He had not even suffered much outside, let alone experienced any life and death situations. He had yet to realize how terrifying Su Zimo was and instinctively thought that Su Zimo had just succeeded because of an ambush. Fu. Su Zimo smiled at him. At this distance, if he wanted to suppress Prince Yi Qiu, no one would even have the chance to save the latter. Before his laughter ended, Prince Yi Qiu felt his vision blur once more. It was a familiar situation with the same outcome. Piak. Prince Yi Qiu's cheek was slapped once more. However, this time round, his rotund body was yanked back by Su Zimo's hair before it could fly out. Ah! Prince Yi Qiu felt a sharp pain above his head and his scalp was about to be torn apart. The 100 cultivators at the side froze on the spot, not knowing what to do. Before they could attack, Prince Yi Qiu was already in Su Zimo's hand. Everyone was wary and did not dare to act rashly. Su Zimo held down the top of Prince Yi Qiu's head and sealed his essence spirit, preventing it from escaping from his body. His other palm slapped Prince Yi Qiu's cheek repeatedly. Piak. 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 You can only blame yourself for having such a dirty mouth. Su Zimo murmured softly and his hands did not stop moving. Before long, Prince Yi Qiu's head was swollen into a mangled pig's head without any resemblance to a human. Chapter 2492. 2492. Are you guys trying to get me killed? 2492. Are you guys trying to get me killed? When he saw that, the anger in Xie Qingqing's heart gradually calmed down and he felt an unprecedented joy. Earlier on, even if he attacked forcefully, he would most likely not be able to do anything to Prince Yi Qiu and the matter would be left unsettled. However, Su Zimo stood out and crippled Heaven Immortal Paihan with thunderous methods. He even grabbed Prince Yi Qiu to slap him as a form of revenge for him. Furthermore, the punishment of a prince in front of everyone was even crueler than killing him. From this day forth, Prince Yi Qiu would become a joke in the royal family of the Yangyang Immortal Kingdom and might even be inferior to him in terms of status. In reality, Su Zimo's punishment for Prince Yi Qiu was not merely the slaps. He controlled the strength of his palm and every single slap on Prince Yi Qiu's face would cause a certain degree of shock to his essence spirit. Once an essence spirit was injured, it was extremely difficult to recover without extraordinary means. Even if Prince Yi Qiu recovered from his injuries in the future, it would be difficult for him to break through in his cultivation realm and there might even be a problem with his head. Since Su Zimo chose to attack, he had to get rid of future troubles. Naturally, Prince Yi Qiu posed no threat to him. However, it was hard to guarantee that he would not attack Xie Qingqing in the future. In reality, Prince Yi Qiu had led a pampered life and had never encountered such a situation. He was long scared out of his wits and his mind went blank after being slapped by Su Zimo. If he was still awake, he would have submitted and begged for mercy a long time ago. Someone like him who bullied the weak and feared the strong would have to avoid Xie Qingqing in the future, let alone take revenge, afraid that he would be beaten up again. Finally, the slapping sounds stopped. Prince Yi Qiu's mouth was completely smashed. His essence spirit was shaken, leaving hidden injuries. The healing speed of the wounds on his face decreased significantly and his face was filled with blood. This is enough, right? Su Zimo turned to look at Xie Qingqing and asked with a smile. Stunned for a moment, Xie Qingqing nodded hurriedly. Yes. Looking at Su Zimo's smile, the Heaven Immortals behind him could not help but shudder. Who would have thought that the gentle and smiling scholar before them would be so ferocious and ruthless? Heaven Immortal Yu Ying's face turned pale. He could not help but feel a sense of trepidation when he recalled his earlier provocation of displeasure towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo threw Prince Yi Qiu into the crowd casually. The cultivators on the other end hurried forward to receive him as they exchanged glances, not knowing what to do. Let's go, Su Zimo said. Xie Qingqing nodded and brought Su Zimo and the others into the palace of the Yangyang Immortal Kingdom. Prince Yi Qiu! Prince Yi Qiu! A group of cultivators hurriedly gave immortal pills in their collections to Prince Yi Qiu, shaking the latter while shouting gently. Prince Yi Qiu consumed a few immortal pills and only woke up after a while. Prince Yi Qiu, what should we do about this? They've truly gone too far. We can't let things go just like that. Prince, should we chase after them? Everyone discussed fervently. Is this not enough? Are you guys trying to get me killed? Prince Yi Qiu was so scared that he shivered and the fat on his body trembled. His head that now resembled a pig shook like a drum as he said in fear, "Hurry, hurry, get me away from that person. We're not taking part in the Azura battlefield anymore." Under the urging of Prince Yi Qiu, the group of cultivators fled before they even entered the palace. Under Xie Qingqing's lead, everyone headed towards the west of the palace. Along the way, the attitudes of the other cultivators towards Su Zimo changed drastically. Even Yu Ying behaved himself. "Fellow Daoist Su, your methods are truly terrifying." Yu Ying praised, "In my opinion, even rank 24 is too low for you on the heaven ranking prediction." Su Zimo smiled but did not reply. Yu Ying coughed gently and continued, "Fellow Daoist Su, your attack severed Prince Yi Qiu's thoughts of snatching the seal. Before we even entered the Azura battlefield, Prince Qingcheng now has one less opponent." "That's right." The other cultivators chimed in. Su Zimo still ignored Heaven Immortal Yu Ying. Heaven Immortal Yu Ying looked awkward after being snubbed and could only remain silent. "In order to enter the Azura battlefield, we have to pass through a special teleportation formation in the west." Xie Qingcheng chatted with Su Zimo as he led everyone through the palace. Before long, they arrived at their destination. There was a square ahead and hundreds of people had already arrived. They were divided into different teams and conversed. Within the teams, their leaders all wore the royal robes unique to the Yangyang Immortal Kingdom emblazoned with blazing suns. It was easy to recognize them and it was clear that they were from the royal family of the Yangyang Immortal Kingdom. "Brother Su, that woman is Princess Yu Yang, the only woman in the royal family this time round." Xie Qingcheng whispered to Su Zimo. Although she was a woman, she was qualified to fight for the prince's seal. It was clear that this woman's status in the Yang Immortal Kingdom was not low. However, Su Zimo's gaze swept past Princess Yu Yang and landed on a man beside her, narrowing slightly. The man wore a long robe that was etched with flying fish. His long hair was tied up high and his lips were curled the entire time. There was a demonic smile on his face and his eyes flashed with a cold glint from time to time. This was an expert. Although he was far away, he could sense an extremely dangerous aura from the man. The person beside Princess Yu Yang is Zhong Feiyu of Flying Immortal Sect. He is rank 3 on the heaven ranking prediction. Xie Qingcheng said in a low voice, "Because Yu Yang invited Zhong Feiyu out of seclusion, she has a high chance of snatching the seal this time round." Zhong Feiyu, a reincarnated perfected immortal, was initially rank 2 on the heaven ranking prediction. He only dropped a spot after Yun Ting became a grade 9 heaven immortal. However, in reality, among the top 3 monster incarnates, Yun Ting, Qin Jiyu and Zhong Feiyu, even the perfected immortals of Divine Firmament Palace in charge of the heaven ranking prediction could not come to a conclusion as to who was stronger. "The young man playing with fire is Prince Yang." Xie Qingcheng continued, "He's extremely talented in the Tao of Flames and father thinks highly of him. Right now, he's a grade 9 heaven immortal. The person beside him is rank 4 on the heaven ranking prediction. He's a reincarnated perfected immortal from our Yangyang Immortal Kingdom, Lai Xian." Su Zimo's gaze landed on Lai Xian. Although Lai Xian did not look old, there was an occasional hint of vicissitude in his eyes. The evaluation of Lai Xian on the heaven ranking prediction was extremely high as well and his strength was unfathomable. Up till this point of his cultivation, his battle records have been impressive and no one had been able to force him to use his full strength. Lai Xian could be considered as the number 1 heaven immortal of the Yangyang Immortal Kingdom. The fact that he was willing to help Prince Yang was also proof of the latter's status in the Yangyang royal family. "That's Prince Feng." Xie Qingcheng pointed to the other side and said, The helper he invited is Heaven Immortal Luo Yang from Imperial Wind Temple, who is rank 8 on the Heaven ranking prediction. Su Zimo's gaze landed on Heaven Immortal Luo Yang. His expression changed as he murmured softly, "So, it's him." He had seen Heaven Immortal Luo Yang before on the Dragon Abyss star. However, at that time, he was only a black immortal. At that time, the birth of a grade 9 spirit treasure on the Dragon Abyss star attracted a group of experts. Among them, the most famous Heaven Immortals were this Heaven Immortal Luo Yang and Mai Ji of Flying Immortal sect. However, Mai Ji did not leave the Dragon Abyss star later on and tried to kill Su Zimo. Instead, she was killed by the Vermilion Bird Sacred Soul on the Hell Suppression Tripod. Chapter 2493, 2493 Don't Come Over. 2493 Don't Come Over. When Xie Qingqing's group walked over, they naturally attracted the gazes of the teams. When Su Zimo noticed Heaven Immortal Luo Yang, he caught sight of Su Zimo as well. Their gazes met briefly in midair. Heaven Immortal Luo Yang was about to avert his gaze when he seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed and his pupils constricted. "It's him." A look of disbelief flashed through Heaven Immortal Luo Yang's eyes. This was the Black Immortal from back then. He survived. Furthermore, he had even cultivated to the realm of a grade 6 Heaven Immortal. It had only been a few thousand years. For a Heaven Immortal with a lifespan of 300,000 years, thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye. The puny Black Immortal of the past had already grown to such an extent in just a few thousand years and was almost catching up to him. How was that possible? Since this person was on the Dragon Abyss star, he was definitely someone who had ascended from the lower worlds. How could he possess talent comparable to Yun Ting? Even if he had Yun Ting's talent, how could he obtain a massive amount of cultivation resources, opportunities, and encounters like Yun Ting? Furthermore, back then, such a huge commotion happened on the Dragon Abyss star. In fact, a true dragon appeared and many Heaven Immortals and Earth Immortals died. Even his senior brother, perfected Immortal Wu Feng, Sword Immortal Yu Hua of Heaven and Earth Academy and Zither Immortal Meng Yao, 3 perfected immortal experts, were injured and escaped. This person was only a black immortal. How did he survive? Furthermore, he had grown to such an extent in thousands of years. Heaven Immortal Luo Yang recalled that the reason why their group of experts gathered at the Dragon Abyss star was because there was a secret ground there. Although no one found the secret ground, there were indeed many divine weapons that appeared in that abyss. There was even a pure Yang spirit treasure, the God-Fiend Soul Summoning Banner. However, the God-Fiend Soul Summoning Banner strangely vanished into thin air. Now that he thought about it, there was a high chance that this person had obtained the God-Fiend Soul Summoning Banner. In fact, he might have even obtained all the treasures in the secret ground. That was the only possibility that could cause this person's cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds to reach this point. When Su Zimo saw the reaction of Heaven Immortal Luo Yang, he guessed that this person had already thought of the scene back then. However, back then, there was no direct conflict or deep feud between him and Heaven Immortal Luo Yang. Su Zimo glanced at him before retracting his gaze. Right then, Su Zimo felt a strong hostility and killing intent. The moment he saw that person, he understood. There was even a Heaven Execution Guard of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom in one of the teams. Others might not know him, but almost everyone in the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom had seen his appearance before. After all, he was hunted down by the entire Great Jin Immortal Kingdom back then. Xie Qingqing noticed this as well. This person has a powerful background and is the #1 Heaven Execution Guard of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom, Song Ce. His methods are ferocious and his combat strength is terrifying. His rank 5 on the Heaven ranking prediction. Brother Su, you must be careful. Song Ce glared at Su Zimo coldly and revealed an icy smile. He reached out and made a beheading gesture at his throat, filled with killing intent and provocation. Su Zimo was unmoved by Song Ce's provocation. Xie Qingqing continued, the person who invited Song Ce out of seclusion was Prince Ming Jiong. His cultivation is also at the grade 9 Heaven Immortal realm. That's Prince Yu over there. Among the people he invited this time round, the strongest is Yu Hai of Mountain Sea Immortal sect. His rank 7 on the heaven ranking prediction. Su Zimo nodded to himself. The fight for the seal this time round was indeed lively. Out of the top 10 of the heaven ranking prediction, half of them were here. Who's the red-headed prince over there? Su Zimo looked to the other side and asked. Xie Qingcheng said, that is Prince Tianhuang. He has the bloodline of a divine phoenix and my father is rather fond of him as well, giving him the name Tianhuang. Although none of the 100 heaven immortals behind him are experts on the heaven ranking prediction, he is rank 10 himself. He's also the strongest among us princes and princesses. Oh! Su Zimo raised his brow slightly. In that case, 6 of the top 10 of the heaven ranking prediction are here. Xie Qingcheng said, initially, Xie Tianhuang could not be ranked in the top 10. Because of Fang Qingyun's death, there was an empty spot and he was able to become rank 10. Including Xie Qingcheng, Su Zimo, and the others, there were already 6 teams on the square. Apart from Prince Yi Qiu, there were 2 other princes who had yet to arrive. Hey! Right then, a voice sounded from behind. Xie Qingcheng, I thought it was a casual remark when you said that you were going to fight for the seal. To think that you would really dare to come. Xie Qingcheng, Su Zimo, and the others turned back. 2 teams were heading over and the person who spoke had a mocking and arrogant expression. When the other prince saw Xie Qingcheng, he did not say anything. Instead, he nodded slightly and greeted. Xie Qingcheng whispered to Su Zimo, the person who spoke is Prince Xingyang. This time round, he invited 2 experts on the heaven ranking prediction, but their rankings are not high. One of them is rank 79 while the other is rank 93. Su Zimo nodded slightly. From the looks of it, the strength of this Prince Xingyang was far inferior compared to the previous 5 princes. Xie Qingcheng continued, the person beside him is Prince Cheng Tian. His status in the royal family is similar to mine. Prince Xingyang smiled as he walked. Xie Qingcheng, you can't even gather 100 high-level heaven immortals and you still have the cheek to take part in the Azura battlefield. Take a look at Cheng Tian. Although he recruited a bunch of nobodies, he gathered 100 of them at the very least. With your group of slightly more than 10 people, you had better hurry home and stop embarrassing yourself. Right then, 2 guards of the Yangyang Immortal Kingdom sped past outside with frightened expressions, as though something had happened. What's wrong? Why are you so flustered? Come down and talk to us. Prince Xingyang hollered. The 2 guards hesitated for a moment before descending. One of them said, earlier on, Prince Yi Qiu and Prince Qingcheng had a conflict outside the palace. In the end, Heaven Immortal Paihan was crippled by Su Zimo in 2 moves and did not even have the chance to draw his sword. Prince Yi Qiu was also beaten into a daze by Su Zimo. He has already returned and announced that he's giving up on fighting for the seal. What? Prince Xingyang and the others were shocked. Even Prince Yang, Princess Yu Yang and the others looked over when they heard the name Su Zimo. They had long heard that Heaven Immortal Paihan was recruited by Prince Yi Qiu to help him fight for the seal. To think that he would be crippled before he could even enter the palace. Su Zimo of Heaven and Earth Academy. Rank 24 on the heaven ranking prediction? Prince Xingyang asked hurriedly. Another guard nodded repeatedly. It's said that Su Zimo has already left the sect and has chosen to help Prince Qingcheng fight for the seal. What caused the conflict? Prince Cheng Tian asked. The guard replied, I heard that Prince Yi Qiu mocked Prince Qingcheng and might have scolded him badly. Thereafter, Su Zimo attacked and crippled Heaven Immortal Paihan on the spot. He even grabbed Prince Yi Qiu and slapped him until his mouth was smashed. His mouth was smashed just because he mocked Xie Qingcheng? Prince Xingyang suddenly felt a chill. Earlier on, he mocked Xie Qingcheng as well. Instinctively, Prince Xingyang looked towards Xie Qingcheng with a bewildered expression and asked in a deep voice, Who is Su Zimo? I. Su Zimo took a step forward. Don't come over. Suddenly, Prince Xingyang was shocked and hid among the heaven immortals behind him in a panic. He pointed at Su Zimo from afar and shouted fiercely, You must not act recklessly. Chapter 2494, 2494 Seal Snatching Rules. 2494 Seal Snatching Rules. To Prince Xingyang, Su Zimo was a complete lunatic. Before they were in the Azura battlefield, an expert on the heaven ranking prediction was already crippled and Prince Yi Qiu was beaten so badly that he did not dare to take part in the battle. Who knew if this person would suddenly go crazy and attack him? He did not want to be slapped in front of everyone. He could not afford to lose face like that. When he saw Prince Xingyang's reaction, Su Zimo smiled gently. In reality, he had no intention of attacking at all. Previously, outside the palace, he chose to attack because Prince Yi Qiu had scolded them too much. In fact, he even wanted to kill. Right now, Prince Xingyang merely said a few words of mockery. Since Xie Qingcheng did not care at all, there was no need for him to fight. Su Zimo. On the other side, Heaven Immortal Luo Yang's heart skipped a beat as he narrowed his eyes slightly. His Su Zimo. Over the years, he had heard many rumors about Su Zimo. To think that Su Zimo was the puny black immortal he encountered on the Dragon Abyss star back then, Heaven Immortal Luo Yang was not the only one. When Su Zimo stood out, countless gazes landed on him at the same time. Furthermore, some of their gazes were filled with obvious hostility. Su Zimo. Beside Princess Yu Yang, the evil look on Zhong Feiyu's face intensified as he murmured, "Since you came knocking on my door, you can't blame me. Do you have a feud with him, Brother Zhong?" Princess Yu Yang asked. "No." Zhong Feiyu shrugged his shoulders gently. "However, I'll kill him as a gift for junior sister Meng Yaro. Su Zimo is someone that junior sister Meng Yaro misses dearly." Before Zhong Feiyu reincarnated, he was Meng Yaro's senior brother. After he reincarnated, she did not change the way she addressed him. Apart from Zhong Feiyu and Song Ce of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom, the other 4 people in the top 10 of the heaven ranking prediction looked at Su Zimo with different expressions, seemingly plotting something. Rank 4, Lai Xian, Rank 7, Yu Hai, Rank 8, Heaven Immortal Luo Yang and Rank 10, Prince Qianhuang. None of them had any feuds with Su Zimo. However, everyone knew that Su Zimo possessed the taboo mystic classic, the Pure Jade Manual. Usually, Su Zimo was at Heaven and Earth Academy. Even if everyone had such thoughts, they would not have many chances. But now, Su Zimo had left the sect for Xie Qingcheng to enter the Azura battlefield. For the few of them, this was a godsend opportunity. In a fight of the same cultivation realm, one could only blame themselves for not cultivating well and being inferior to others if their cultivation techniques and secret skills were snatched away. Although the few of them were tempted, they did not express it. Before long, they retracted their gazes, worried that they would alarm Su Zimo. However, in reality, Su Zimo's spirit perception was sharp and he could read their expressions. He had already guessed most of their thoughts. Although he was expressionless, a sense of worry rose in his heart. According to Xie Qingcheng, there was a strange malevolent blood qi in the Azura battlefield that could seal divine powers and secret skills of demon beasts. This meant that he could not release his innate divine power, the 6-tusk divine strength. His combat strength would be greatly reduced as well. In order to fight against many Grade 9 Heaven Immortals at the Grade 6 Heaven Immortal realm, the 6-tusk divine strength was extremely important for his overall strength increase. Without the 6-tusk divine strength, he might not gain the upper hand in a head-on fight against these monster incarnates who were in the top 10 of the heaven ranking prediction. Of course, killing and fighting did not merely depend on one's cultivation realm. Even without the 6-tusk divine strength, Su Zimo was absolutely confident that he could crush anyone of the same cultivation realm in melee combat. Even if these 6 monster incarnates that were in the top 10 of the heaven ranking prediction joined forces, he was not worried about himself. Given his capabilities, even if he could not defeat them, he could escape unscathed. However, if that was the case, it would be difficult for him to help Xie Qingcheng obtain the Spirit Cloud Seal. Furthermore, because he was on Xie Qingcheng's side, there was a high chance that the latter would end up facing even greater resistance. Su Zimo sent a voice transmission. "Brother Xie, I might cause you quite a bit of trouble by helping you this time round. It probably won't be that simple to get our hands on the seal." Xie Qingcheng smiled casually. "Brother Su, You don't have to worry about me. If you hadn't appeared, I wouldn't have had a chance at all. But now, I've at least seen a sliver of hope." Suzimo nodded and said nothing more. "Everyone is here." Right then, a figure sped over from afar. His voice sounded before he even arrived. It was perfected Immortal Xieling. Back in the fight for the Earth ranking at the 10,000-year meet, this person was the host. Xieling surveyed his surroundings and paused slightly when his gaze landed on Suzimo. He had a deep impression of Suzimo. Back then, he was the top of the Earth ranking. However, Xieling had not expected that in just around 3,000 years, this Earth Immortal of the past had already cultivated to become a Grade 6 Heaven Immortal. Furthermore, he even crippled another expert that was ranked highly on the Heaven ranking prediction right in front of the palace with thunderous method. Everyone already knows that the fight for the seal this time round is in the Azura battlefield. Xieling said, "Next, I'll talk about the rules of snatching the seal. The battle for the seal will last for a month. There's a dilapidated ancient city in the center of the Azura battlefield. You guys have to reach the ancient city as soon as possible after entering the Azura battlefield. That's because there are many Asuras, Yakshas, and powerful demon beasts that have their minds corroded by the malevolent blood chi wandering outside the ancient city. If you linger outside, you'll have to endure the endless attacks of these living beings. There's an ancient mysterious power in the ancient city. Although the Azura race has lost their minds, they won't dare to approach. In the center of the ancient city is a lake condensed from blood chi. That's also the origin of the strange malevolent blood chi. The spirit cloud seal is located on a lone island in the middle of the lake. Pausing for a moment, Xieling continued, "On the last day, there will be a parameter bridge that will stretch across the lake and connect the lone island to the ancient city. That will be your only chance to charge onto the lone island and snatch the spirit cloud seal. Before that, everyone, you must be careful not to attempt to cross the lake. The lake is filled with malevolent blood chi that is 100 times richer than the other regions all year round. Any living being that wants to cross the lake will be devoured by it. Additionally, there will be 6 perfected immortals from Divine Firmament Palace entering the Azura battlefield with you guys. They will be paying attention to the battle for the seal and will update the Heaven ranking prediction in real time." Many cultivators were eager and excited. If they could display their skills and stand out in this battle for the seal, they would definitely be able to be ranked on the Heaven ranking prediction. This was also a rare opportunity for many cultivators to be on the rankings. Xieling said, "Of course, there might be some divine weapons, ancient inheritances, and opportunities in the Azura battlefield this time round. That will depend on your own fates." Thereafter, Xieling took out a large number of talismans from his storage bag and waved his hand. The talismans transformed into streaks of spirit light and landed in front of many cultivators, one for each of them. "This is a simple teleportation talisman," Xieling said. "Everyone is a genius of the major sects and factions after all. The Yang Immortal Kingdom doesn't want you guys to die in the Azura battlefield either. If you encounter irreconcilable danger, as long as you tear this teleportation talisman, you'll be able to leave the Azura battlefield immediately and return here." You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.